All right. We in here? Good. So, switching it up a little bit today. Honestly, at some point we might even get back to Shinobi, but today I wanted to hop back into Path of Exile 2 because I haven't tried it really much since pretty shortly after like the early access first dropped. Um, Honestly, I'll just show you here. You can see here I got like 52 hours of gameplay on here, so I heard that the new expansion or whatever is pretty tight. I'm just honestly seeing a lot of people talk about it, and it's kind of making me, you know, want to get back to that gameplay loop. I know last time I was in here, I was absolutely stuck in Act 2. Yeah, so I think that was like literally the first character I made. Not really paying much attention. And there's this one, so honestly, literally, just who cares? This one I'm probably gonna keep around for a minute. I don't know, at some point I might go back and see what kind of loots it has. Maybe it's something useful, but I don't know, not counting on it. So like I said in the title here, we're just gonna make a new guy. See what kind of options we have now. So ranger, warrior, sorceress, witch, mercenary, monk. Pretty much still the same. Got it. Well, I mean, shit. I'll go with a warrior this time.
It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child.
Always.
Our people made you strong. Quickly! He's escaping!
Bump that down a little bit. That is super loud. All right.
Have to keep moving.
Let's see how this goes.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing it now. All those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could
Savage.
reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Clearfell could be in danger. I'd best hurry.
I'll be honest, guys. This was a mistake. I have no interest in warrior class. Straight up. So we will. We're just gonna do monk again.
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us
Still beach.
recapture the pagan! Don't let him escape!
Good heavens.
With a dreamer's will, I have another chance.
Alright.
You're the first ones. You're alive.
That's right.
I'm glad to see another living soul. The mill now. All those who drowned in the... I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Rest now. I will see about this miller.
Alright, so we got our staff. There's the roll. I forget, does health regenerate naturally, or is that like something that I'm gonna have to earn over time? Oh, yeah, there's the potion down there. I'm a dummy. Okay. I'm not really vibing with the camera angle as much anymore.
Power. But at what cost?
What do you mean?
Effective.
We're grabbing everything right now, baby. Alright. That was something useful, actually. You wanna get it, bro? Come here. Come closer. Let me pray for you.
Thunder!
this way. I wish I could cycle through those a little faster. Evasion rating and energy shield. Man, I forgot how freaking, I mean, just ridiculous that is. I literally the other day at work, I went and I was just trying to make some small talk with some of my coworkers who I knew play video games. I was just like, hey, any of you guys play Path of Exile? And like both of them who were there working with me like knew what I was talking about. Neither of them played, but one of them said like, hey, isn't that the one with like that skill tree? And I was like, yeah, the skill tree is actually ridiculous. That's one of those things like almost kind of makes me hesitant to get back into this. Like, I had no idea what I was doing the first time around, and I felt like I might have just soft locked myself out of progression there, because I was just dying left and right, stuck where I was, and yeah, couldn't really do much to overcome it. Unless I'm seriously just that bad at this game. I guess we'll see. That's still up for judgment. Okay. So anyway, I feel like we're gonna invest heavily into the skill speed side right now. Yeah. Alright. Proceeding. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's get it. Let's forget the attack button first thing. Because we've been playing a bunch of games where square is the attack button. Just roll up into their face and give them a little smooch. That's what we'll do. Let's see how that works on this boss dude up here.
Vanilla has seen better days.
Oh. Jesus. Already.
Lightning!
Really gotta focus here, huh? Just tanking hits to the face. Whoops. Why did I roll into it? Big old dummy? Big old dummy?
Skill always beats raw strength.
Okay. Okay. Get some gold, a spear. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going.
Well done. Please come inside.
Alright. Entering instance. Yeah, I don't know. I might end up switching back to Shinobi at some point. I do have some other stuff I wanted to get into with y'all too. See, waypoint. Everyone looks so sick. I want to be able to look sick. Everything does look really nice. I just really wish I could control the camera. That's all. But I guess I should play Elden Ring if that's what I'm looking for, huh?
Renly's the name. You're skilled with the violence. If what you
Appreciate
did out there
it.
in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it. Well, have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark
Damn
times.
straight.
I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense. There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out in the felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself.
Okay.
Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that.
The discipline of the forge has taught him strength.
You there, before you go, allow old Mortimer to warn you. Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
Don't remember
cloaked in
this guy at
darkness.
all.
They then burst forth to feast on the souls of the recently departed. Trust me, I've seen them. The others think me mad, but mark my words, it is true.
Ancient creatures from beneath the surface. You don't mean the Devourer?
No. But that damned thing has likely opened their passage to the surface. These creatures, they are something else.
Huh.
It is not but one threat. It is many. And I fear what it means for Clearfell.
I see now why I was called here.
Depose them. Cave in the cracks. Cave in whatever you find. We've got enough trouble here as it is.
As you wish.
I knew I could count on you. Take care, friend. Watch your step.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome to the Camp of the Lost. I am Una. This may sound strange, but I recently had a dream about a pagan arriving here. Perhaps you are here for a reason, or something happened out there. I fear this land's sickness will only deepen unless we do something. Hello.
Alright, let's sell some stuff to
Oi.
Renly.
Anything take your fancy? Deal. That'll be useful. Till next time.
Okay. Nice. I forgot that you can actually start to feel powerful in this. Get 'em. Let's go fuck up their whole day.
Deaths bring quiet, but not peace. Not yet.
Oh shit. What are these guys? Is that something new? Yeah, they're all green and shit. What's going on there?
Something stirs beneath these. Each victory is but another milestone.
Man. That was intense. Ooh. God dang. We fighting out here, dude. We fighting. Give me all this stuff. Give me all these loots. Oh, man. Alright, I know I gotta get to the mud burrow here. Let's hop in here.
A foul lair for a foul creature.
That's right. Okay. Oh, spiders. Spiders. I don't know about this. Spiders are scary. Skelly boys.
Death becomes you.
Jeez. heavens, man. Fuck these guys. Got him. Oh. We're sloppy, dude. Like I said, it has been a minute since I played this. I guess I'm also lagging a little bit. Which is exactly what you want to look for in a good stream. Uh-oh. Yeah, deal with that guy quick. Ah! Okay. I don't want to do that though. Thanks. You're really gonna make me? Okay. Whatever.
Your end comes.
Every single one of these guys has been getting me. Without fail. Every one. Well, not that one. Oh my god. Bro, I cannot. Wasn't even anything I could use. Y'all. Maybe I should have invested in the evasion or armor. But nah, fuck that. Oh, you want some too? That's what I thought. Oh my god. Okay. You're right. I was talking some shit. I needed to be humbled there. I accept. Forgot about that. How you could just open the mini map. Boy. Checkpoint. love the lightning shit. Makes me feel like Sasuke. Honestly, maybe I'll end up doing an unarmed thing. He says as he's already armed. Fuck it, whatever. Back a little. Do some backtracking. Pick up some loots that we forgot. Get hit by some big guys. Whoa! Oh, good. Oh! Oh my God! Bro! What the shit was that? Oh my God.
What a twisted nightmare!
Are you serious? Oh, and it froze too. Oh. Oh, well that's just about perfect, isn't it? Alright. Alright, no, we'll sit here. We'll wait. We'll sit here and wait. I don't mind. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh my God. Okay. Well, here's what we're gonna have to do then. We're just relaunching.
Sir, just what are we?
Yeah, I clearly have some playing to do. So let's try this shit again. silly.
The tail.
Good lord. Yeah, we're dying. Oh my god. Yeah, I clearly just have some grinding to do, I think. I also have 2 skill points I could spend. Okay, so we got a little more attack damage. Let's see how that's gonna fare us after dying a couple of times now.
Lightning.
Okay.
The tail.
Did we just do it? Oh yeah.
Nightmares have no power against
A
the light.
dick.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that. I carry few.
Okay, so That'll open up a little.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that.
Didn't mean to do that.
I must maintain a fine balance.
Okay, so yeah, health regen is tied to items. Okay, fuck it. I don't have anything on my feet right now.
I must maintain a fine balance.
Alright. Fuck it. We'll portal out. Portal out of here. I don't need to use the well. We will talk to Renly.
Ah, finally! Took down the Devourer, did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the... Now, this won't cover our debt to you. What would you like? I'll find some use for that. I'll find some use for that. That'll be useful. Till next time.
Let's see. Quit that. Oh yeah. Let's sell the other stuff.
Yes. I will treasure it. It's beautiful. Except...
And pop these orbs in the stash. I guess we'll keep scrolls of wisdom on me. Okay. Now let's see. Let's go back out. Do a little grinding. What do we say, boys? one-shotting them already? Yeah, we are, boys. Already with this shit.
Creature.
Bring it on. Oh yeah, we left some loots. Okay. was pretty close, though.
Invader!
You sure tried. You sure tried. No, you more than tried. You got me that first time. Hats off to you. Whoops. Popped the potion. Didn't mean to. That was extra, but we're here for it. I feel like this is so much harder now. I don't remember having to be this locked in the beginning. Here, nothing. Man. Let's run through and just pull them all. Fuck them all up.
Death becomes you.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that.
Bullshit, I don't have room for that. Let's go ahead and get this guy off screen. See what we can do. Are we serious? Look at that.
I must maintain a fine
What?
balance.
Oh. Yeah, I actually am gonna have to. Sure. Quit that one. Drop that. Why not? Yeah, well, first. Alright, we'll just drop that.
I carry few possessions, and
Yep.
I don't have room for that.
Let's go, buddy. What else am I missing down there? Go ahead and just clear through all this. Nice. Do another box to open.
I carry few possessions. I don't have room for that.
Fuck.
I have received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to me.
I carry few possessions. possessions, and I don't have room for that.
Death becomes you.
Okay. Another box. Right. Nothing in. Perfect. Okay. So just this one little nothing spot left. Alright, so we got through the whole area. That's at least travel back here. Try to sell some shit. Oh, actually, we picked up another quarterstaff. Let's see what was up with that. 7 to 12, 3 to 5 cold damage, 1.49 attacks per second. I'm not that into cold damage, to be honest. So we will for now. Stash.
What have we got? Might make good scrap. Might make good scrap.
Feel like that can help out for now. Yeah, let's check this out.
That's a good one. Till next time.
Okay. What? We're level 4. Let's see if we can pop another level real quick before proceeding with the story. Bullshit. Nope, not doing that. Gonna make a new instance. Let's go.
Foul creature. Your fate is sealed. Running. Checkpoint. You ready? Hit him. Pop that. Scroll of wisdom and a couple of gold. Not bad at all. Oh, there's that level. Scroll of wisdom out of it too. We'll take it. No way she's back. That'll make things even better, I guess. We got that passive, right? Wait, first, what was this? We got Glacial Cascade. Oh yeah, and we got a new passive. Putting it all on attack, boys.
Creature. Your fate is sealed.
That was easy. What was that music about? Alright, so I've gotten just about everything. Left.
Your end comes.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's get her.
Swell. Feed.
Not even nothing anymore. I mean, for real. That was dummy easy that time. Okay. Alright, I think I'm starting to get back into this now at this point. It's kind of taken me about an hour and a half, I guess. But it's finally like, okay. Alright, I'm here for this. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, that was close. That was almost bad. I need to check something real quick. Bear with me just a moment here. Yeah, we're fine. We are just fine. All right, boys. Let's go back and sell some loot.
How's the clearing?
So,
Might make good scrap. Go well.
Hello. Another for my collection. Thank you.
What kind of stuff can I buy?
If you find a bind out.
Okay, so I should probably change.
That'll keep you alive. Might make good scrap.
What did I have on here?
That's a good one. Go well.
Okay, so we're outfitted probably a little bit better for a monk. I probably knew that, but it's okay. Alright. Honestly, we're gonna exit out of here. Yeah. Yeah, not a bad time. It kind of definitely seems like, I guess, that whatever poisonous group definitely gave auras of, like, you know, PoE 1 expansions. I assume that's what that new expansion I've been hearing about was exactly that stuff. Sorry. Was exactly that stuff that I was fighting, that I freaking died to that one time. Gonna probably take a break from that for now for a little bit. We can honestly go ahead and just switch over headsets. Pop these bad boys on here. Get a little bit of this going, because it keeps us from hating our lives entirely. Freaking miserable. You guys have no idea. Now, for real, I probably could have streamed last night, but I have just really been going through it lately. That's why I decided to just... Honestly, what I did, I literally still stayed up until like 4:30 or something in the morning. I was just actually just listening to music, and then started crying for a little bit, and then passed out. As you do. Oh, jeez.
So, a little bit about me and my situation is this right here. Deech here Studios is a camper that I am living in. I live in a camper in my sister's backyard because not only is everything kind of super unaffordable lately, um, and the American dream is just, escaping us, I guess, for lack of a better words, I also make terrible choices with my life. Yeah. So anyway, I got some stuff over here that I'm wanting to do a little bit of some reactions to. Just stuff that I was honestly just gonna check up myself either way. Figured why not go ahead and do that on stream. So this one right here. Why am I 30 years old working a dead end retail job? This freaking title and thumbnail and all of that spoke to me on a spiritual level. I don't work retail, I work in food service. It's probably just as sad, but I actually do have, an honest to goodness career, or at least, stuff I can put on a resume that is actually impressive. I've actually done stuff on like a larger corporate ish level. Anyway, I'm getting way off topic here. Let's just go ahead and check.
Pretty freaking nice. Oh, dude,
Yep.
what a loser.
Yep. Immediately. Immediately, dude. The other day, I actually had to. I had some words with a gentleman. Uh, he was doing this thing that, like, honestly, everybody does it, and I get it. Where we all want to try to get as much free shit as we can out of the restaurant. Um, whether it's like, just coming up to the counter and like asking for, a little extra side of this, a little extra that. Oh, I asked for this at the register and they must have rang it in wrong. Can you just give it to me now? Like, most of the time we're just gonna say yeah just to get you out of our face there in the moment. So this was another one of those times where this dude ordered like a medium drink from the online thing. So I had the medium cup there at the pickup for him. And he walks up and he says, "Oh, I actually wanted a large drink." And I was like, "Well, it clearly says medium right there on the receipt, sir." And he was like, "There wasn't an option for it." Which, okay, buddy, like, everyone else seems to have figured out that there is an option for it because I put out so many of those large cups every single day. But whatever. Honestly, it was a shitty day, and I was just, like I said, trying to get them out of my face. So I just rolled my eyes and I went and I tried to hand him a large cup. But the cup that I was going to hand him was actually like a little bit busted, because if you also work in the food industry, you might have noticed that like things like cups and bags and all of that shit that we've been getting from China has been like a little extra sucky lately. Like, they're using a little bit less plastic, trying to stretch it out a little bit further. Um, anyway, so this was one of those cups, and we both noticed it right away. And I said, literally, "This is my last cup right now. Hold on just a second." Um, Now, English, I don't think was this fella's first language, so that probably didn't really compute because I said it kind of in a hurry as I was already turning and running back to the back to grab another sleeve of the cups. So as I was coming back around the corner, like a second and a half later, with the sleeve of cups, one of the other employees was like, "Oh, this guy is mad. He's asking for you back right now." And I look up, and the dude is throwing the cup that I gave him back over the counter. So I walk up, and I got like pretty stern, and I said, "Sir, I've got the cup for you here. Are you gonna throw this one?" And he was like, "You're acting like a real shithead. You're not gonna be a shithead to me in front of my kids." Like, well, first off, I literally cannot see your kids. Our counter is like about almost chest high on me from that outside. Like, there is a 0% chance I can see your kids. Second, if you don't want to get called out for doing shitty stuff in front of your kids, then don't do shitty stuff in front of your kids, like Exhibit A here. Anyway, we're getting way far off topic here. Let's get back to it. Oh yeah, we gotta do it over here. Whoops.
Oh, it's so crazy picking up beer spills too.
Yep. Look. I feel this so hard in my soul, like even down to the freaking no meat on them calves, buddy. I have been there. I'm honestly not that much better these days. I got bigger, and then I promptly lost all the muscle. Well, not all the muscle, but I lost a lot of the mass that I had gained. I still have a decent amount of like cut, and it doesn't take that long for me to get back up to it when I do regularly work out. But yeah, this is another side effect of working these kinds of jobs, man. Like, you feel so emotionally drained on top of the physical drain from, being on your feet for, in my experience, I was on my feet from anywhere from like 9 to 14 hours on a regular day. Like, if I had a normal 8-hour day, that was considered an easy day for me. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Oh, there goes my freaking sock.
Yup.
Bro, I'm over today, man.
I own so many socks because of this shit.
I don't know.
I just keep buying more.
So stupid.
So I always have fresh socks to change into.
Alright. Bro, I'm just making a big mess. I don't even know. I'm just making an even bigger mess, dude, at this point. Oh no. I need to go home. Yeah, right. My boss is gonna be so pissed, dude. I broke all these beers. Look at this.
Yeah.
These are all my beers, besides the Modelo pack. She's gonna absolutely rip my shit apart tomorrow. I hope she doesn't, because she doesn't normally. But that's a lot of beer that I wasted.
No, more specifically, my background is in management and like franchise training. I've dealt with so many of these things. In my experience, we're most likely to just kind of roll our eyes if it's something that's not like literally malicious or, seriously detrimental. Yeah, this will be like, a scolding, maybe even like some kind of write up or something, like, but ultimately not something that you're gonna lose your job over right now. At least I wouldn't expect it.
I don't know.
Also, caveat with that, it's definitely also because it's hard to keep people in these kinds of jobs. Yeah. Keep it going.
I'm not having a good day. I got a lot of bad news yesterday, which I'll tell you guys about. Well, I'll just tell you about it right now. Sorry, I'm like all over the place. My mom, dude, yesterday, she's at risk of losing her job and got fired. And so it's pretty stressful because she could lose her whole retirement where she's been there for 25 years. And like,
wait. Lose the whole retirement? not just lose the employer contributions. Like correct me if I'm wrong, but like that account still exists, right? Right?
I don't know what to think about it. I can't talk about her job or anything because she does something that can't be on YouTube, but I don't know. There's a lot of stressful things happening right now, but I appreciate all you guys.
She's getting retirement from something that she can't say on YouTube. I'm thinking that this probably isn't a typical retirement account. I don't think this is a 401k, boys. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't an IRA that we're talking about here, boys.
This might be incredibly stupid, but this floor is just really sticky, and I don't know how to get the beer smell out of here, so we're just gonna douse it with bleach, kind of.
Oh, buddy.
I know that just stained the shit out of my shoes. Whatever, man. It's all good.
What are you doing?
These are work shoes.
Oh my god. Yeah. That reaction that you just got out of me right now. That was what I was just talking about. The eye roll. You're just gonna pour bleach on a bunch of beer? No, dude, you actually have to scrub and wipe that shit off. I swear to God, you guys will have no idea how many people I have to teach how to mop a floor the right way. People don't understand. It's not just getting the floor wet and moving the mop around to get more of the floor wet. Like you actually have to put some elbow grease behind it. Yeah. To actually wipe the stuff off. Like if you poured a bunch of beer on your counter and then you got a paper towel and got it sopping wet and just kind of loosely wobbled it all over the counter to try to get the beer off. Like, you're just spreading it around to get more of the counter sticky at that point. Come on, people.
Steel toes. This has just been one of these days where everything that could go wrong does go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
The bleach finally fixed it.
Plenty of those days.
I don't feel like recording in here today. People are just
Wait, the bleach fixed it?
slow. People are rude. I don't know. It's one of those days.
No.
I washed my
Bullshit.
jacket this morning, so I had to borrow this like ghetto jacket that I don't like. I don't know. I'm in a bad mood right now, man. But people did want me to. I got a donation which said, "Hey, bro, can you talk about like your life and how you got to this point, basically, so I don't have to binge your 1,500 videos." And yeah, we'll talk about that, man. We'll do a little walk through down memory lane.
You know, maybe I might do something similar at some point. We'll see. Actually, I spent like 10 plus years working for a small business as it was trying to grow nationwide. So I got to travel all over the country to help train franchisees and their staffs and stuff. Well, first, like, the franchisees would come to me and train for a couple of weeks. They're general managers, so I got to know them pretty well, and then I would go out and help them train their staffs and all that. I don't really like to talk about that a whole lot, just because there's a lot of personal stuff involved in there, too, as well as some other, like, legal issues with the actual franchising company that I just personally don't really know enough about to say anything, and I wouldn't want to like say the wrong thing and end up, you know, ruffling some feathers or anything like that. So I probably won't ever get too much into that. The job I'm at now, I actually had to sign something that said I would not talk about it on social media. So yeah, I'm censored pretty hard on that one. go ahead and like and subscribe and interact with more of my content so I can be free of such contractual obligations. I would love to talk shit about this place. I bet you like this place, and I would really, really like to ruin that for you. Anyway, let's get back into seeing what this guy's up to. Yeah. Now, I've been here before, too. I mean, not literally at this one, but I've worked a gas station job, sure. Something to bring in a little income. They had like a little pizza concepts inside the gas station too, so I got to make pizzas and cheesy breads and hoagies and all that fun stuff.
Appreciate it. You have a good one. You too, man. Alright, people are finally starting to be a little bit nicer. I don't know what happened earlier. Everybody's all pissed off. Alright, guys, I'm back home. That was a hell of a day.
Oh, man. People being nicer. That just really struck a chord with me. Alright, guys. Alright, so I gotta talk about something. We gotta talk about something. So, do I want to even say the area? I'm not going to say the area. I don't need to, because in my experience, there's kind of these areas in a lot of places. Maybe not everywhere, but in a lot of places. I'm living right now in Virginia on the East Coast, and I'm working in an area where all of the uppity, rich, crusty, mean, old, nasty F words. I don't try to cut back a little bit on my language. Anyway, all these nasty, bitter old people who can barely function all like to congregate in their little areas. And I was just talking to one of the workers, one of my coworkers there, about how at my last job, like I said, I was literally traveling all over the country, and I have never experienced a regular clientele this goddamn nasty. And it's all old people, and they all think that they're so much better than you and so much smarter than you, and they can barely function. They can barely think for themselves. They can barely walk for themselves. They'll be coming in walkers and shaky hands and losing trains of thoughts, the whole 9 yards, dude. It's sad. It's getting me low-key radicalized. It's making me think that they're being kept alive literally just to fuel Big Pharma, just to keep shelling out dollar bills to them, y'all. Oh my God, I could go on way too long about this, and I need to not. Let's get back to this guy. All right.
I'm gonna get ready right now to clean my guinea pig's cage, and I just like to give them like a couple treats during, because they get kind of crazy,
Sure.
and they really don't like their cage being cleaned. They have like some sort of PTSD. So the key is,
Yeah, it's like they're freaking
you gotta give them a nice care.
den, dude.
You guys are big
They
stars,
don't want
bro.
you in
We're gonna
their
get the guinea
living
pig
area. You're
mansion.
scary.
Hey, you took a big piece. Come on, Lunar.
Uh-huh.
Take a couple bites. Mm-hmm. Yum yums.
All right.
You pigs are pretty
Come
cool, man.
on.
You guys honestly do deserve a guinea pig
I
mansion.
don't want to be an
So I want
asshole
it to
and just
be,
start
like,
fast forwarding through this, but
This height, like one
I
floor,
didn't click on this
and
video
then
for
two
guinea
floors.
pigs.
You guys donated a
Come
couple
on,
$100
bud.
for these guys, so I'm gonna get them like at least like a $300 cage. They're not gonna know what to do with this amount of space. This is so funny, dude. I don't know. I can literally just stay here and just watch them eat. Oh, why'd you guys stop at the same time? My bad. Alright, I'll stop filming. Also, I just had to
Thank
give
you.
a really big thank you to all the people who have been donating through Super Chat. I can't even believe it, man. This is just like some sort of miracle. You guys are all freaking awesome. I'm gonna throw everybody who's donated from the last
Buddy.
video into this one right now.
I really love what we're doing, and I really want to keep supporting this, but my guy, you have got to be a little bit better on the editing. I'm just gonna say it. There's too much nothing happening. And I know I'm probably not one to talk, but come on. I'm at least for sure gonna trim out so much of this dead space. Oh, wrong one. Like, see that? That's gonna get trimmed right the fuck out. They'll never know. No one's gonna know.
So if you donated either like today like the 22nd or later, it'll be in the next video, and I'll shout you guys out. This one had so many people that I'm just gonna roll their names at the bottom. Thank you guys. And I'm still working on how I'm like shouting out all the super chats during the video. But thank you everybody so much for donating. You guys are single-handedly gonna lift me up out of poverty. All the money is going to my emergency fund, giving some to my grandma, and giving the guinea pigs the guinea pig mansion. And I keep getting the same comment over and over. Hey bro, why are you in this situation? Why are you 30 years old working at 7-Eleven? What happened in your life that's so horrible? What happened to you? And honestly, man, I don't...
Before he gets into it, I'll tell you, for me, it's a lot of trauma. Keeping me from, I guess, growing up more. Who knows? It's trauma and food service, and the type of environment that I work in is incredibly fast-paced and demanding, and it really helps to, you know, just block everything else in my life out because I don't have time to think. I have too much shit to do. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, that's why I keep coming back to it. That, and I'm good at it, and I like to get compliments, because who doesn't? All right.
I don't know what happened to me. I just finally kind of woke up at like last year, because when I was 20, 21, it was cool. I was working at 7-Eleven, but I ended up going to Starbucks. I was on this really good track. I was going to COD. I was killing my classes, right? And growing up, I had my uncle who I lived with, who's dead now, so I can talk about this story. This guy was like a severe alcoholic, right?
Did you not
And when I mean severe
talk
alcoholic,
about him when he was alive?
Pour some Grey Goose into his coffee, and then go to work. Now, normally...
Oh, Grey Goose in the coffee. Oh, that's terrible. I cannot. I said I'm in Virginia now, but I'm originally from the Cincinnati area. Newport, Kentucky, on the other side of the river, is now the official start of the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. All that to say, when I was a drinker, bourbon was the thing. And bourbon is so much better in coffee. Why would you put vodka in coffee? That's gross. Stop.
This would be kind of normal, right? Maybe that's my worldview, but I know tons of people who like drinking at work. I'm not saying that's a good thing. Obviously, it's really stupid, and driving drunk is horrible. But that's what he would do. And
get it?
The thing is, I can say this now because he's dead, and there's no risk of anything. But he used to drive the local bus as a bus driver.
Oh, shit.
Raging alcoholic, right? He would wake up like shaking. Like, I remember there's videos on my channel.
Like, driving the bus drunk, I assume, if we're putting Grey Goose in the coffee to get our day going, right? Nah, I guess, you know, realistically, I've been around plenty of addicts in my day. The whole Midwest Rust Belt, you know, has been gutted, ravaged, killed, deleted. It's super sad. Anyway, I've been around a whole lot of that. That's what I'm getting at. a lot of times when you're looking at that kind of thing, it seriously is just to keep these people regular because they are that far into the trap of addiction that they genuinely do need a little bit of Grey Goose in their coffee to start the day, or they're gonna get shaky and throw up and be, bitchy little assholes all day. And it's super sad. Let's keep going.
That I made like outside waiting for him, like with my mom taking him to like detox centers and shit. And but this guy was a major alcoholic, and so we started hanging out a lot because I grew up with him. And every time we'd be on the road, he'd be like, "Come on, Ian, let's drink, let's take a shot." And we'd do it, and we would just hang out, we'd drink. And I was a minor at this time. I was underage, and it kind of always was with me. Like alcohol's like this great thing. Like you can do it socially, and it's just fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Like it makes.
I kind of, man, my own relationship with alcohol was a little bit strained. To as a kid, like, young teenager, I tried beer and whiskey once or twice, and by try, I literally mean like a sip, maybe two sips if I was like feeling a little brave or trying to impress my friends or something. But, not nothing but tasting it. Um my mother actually had like really bad addiction problems, and she's one of those people that are, dead now. She died when I was 17, and I am 31 now, so it's been quite some time. I've definitely gotten accustomed to it at this point, but it's still, it's never not gonna hurt, I guess. Um, Crap, I don't even remember where I was going with this. Uh, oh yeah, he was talking about his relationship with alcohol. I was super worried about it because my mom's mom would tell me that it ran in the family, that everyone had issues with alcohol. Um, Come to find out, a lot of shit runs in my family, like more mental health stuff, which if some of the stuff that we're looking at, just because impulsive behavior is, I mean, one of the metrics of diagnostics, however you say it. So all that to say, I was super weary of ever even really trying because, like I said, my mom, or I was 17 when my mom died, due to her struggle with addictions and whatnot. Won't get into the details. They're actually pretty gruesome and definitely a bummer. Um, so yeah, I didn't start really drinking at all until I was maybe 22, 23. I know it's pretty common. Like, all of my friends were definitely drinking in like high school. Like, as soon as they could start getting their hands on it, they would. Uh, and I would always just, I was a nerd. I just said no to, drinking. Said yes to a lot of other stuff I definitely shouldn't have, but that's neither here nor there. Um, that alcohol was always just this weird thing for me because when my mom drank, she always got super like weird or violent and angry, and it would happen out of nowhere. Like, you know, just really turned me off to the whole idea of it. Finally, in my early 20s, like 22, 23, I hit like a low point, and I just figured, you know what? I was willing to just roll those dice, and I started drinking, and I definitely got too drunk, a few times. Who doesn't when they first start? But I never really developed a problem with it. Yeah. Like most of the time, whenever I have drinks, it's two, maybe three drinks, but I haven't, honestly. The last time I did drink, I had a single Miller Lite, and it was months ago. It was back in, yeah, it was back in March, because it was for my niece and nephew's birthday party. There was a bunch of people over, and Miller Lights were being had, and I was like, you know what? I'll have one. It's a party. Why not? And I don't know. It's fine in the moment, but afterwards, like, I feel so shitty the next day. Even after just the one beer, dude, the one Miller Lite, I felt so shitty that next day. Um, oh, and on top of that, I have like a seizure disorder because of some other stuff, and in general, alcohol is not really a good idea when we're talking about that, because it'll lower the threshold, like the potential of me having a seizure. So yeah, I just kind of went back to not caring about it, to be honest. Um, yeah. Anyway, let's get back into this here real quick.
Everything better. And I'm like, even when you're just doing things everyday life, it's so much better. So, as time went on, I was working at Starbucks, and I would drink like a lot, but never at work, right? Like, I had lines, I wouldn't cross them. I would later, but not at this time. And COVID hit, man.
Oh,
And I
always
remember
with
Gavin
like the
Newsom
real high and
here in
mighty.
California was like, we're locked
I would
down.
never.
Everything's
I would,
closed
but
down
I would
immediately. I jetted to the liquor store, dude. I remember being in my car, seeing the alert, already kind of drinking, and I'm like, let's go. And
dude, COVID was like peak me time, dude. I was in the best shape I had ever gotten in, because I would just work out for hours and then just play video games. I did not give a single shit about not going out. Nah, dead ass. I would still like message my friends, but I've never really been that much of a going out kind of guy. Like, I would back whenever I was younger, like in my early 20s and stuff, but it was never my idea to go. I would want to hang out with like my buddies, like my close group of friends. It just so happens that one or two of those close group of friends are social butterflies, so they would always be wanting to like go do stuff. That, and I used to be in like the metal hardcore whatever scene back in Cincinnati back in the day, so that was also the huge majority of my social life, was going playing shows, going to other shows, that kind of thing. Anyway, let's keep listening to this dude's story.
And I just went, I spent all the money I had, which was like $200. I bought like 3 packs of Newport menthols and all the Jack Daniels I could buy.
Yeah.
And we went into lockdown,
Yeah,
and
cigarettes
it was great because then
definitely
Starbucks,
also a vice of
I didn't even
mine.
work.
Never
They paid
Newports.
me to stay home. So
I was
big up Starbucks for
Marlboro
that.
Black Menthol
and so
guy.
my whole thing was, you know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like drink
Now
this
I'm
whole
on
and so I was
these
just
vapes.
drinking. I wake up and just drink, like no water.
Thinking about going back
no
to the
food,
cigarettes.
just
Hesitant
alcohol.
because of the smell now.
I didn't know anything at the time.
At
Like,
this
I'm not
point,
the
it's
brightest
been
bulb,
like a couple of years since I've
and
smoked
I never put these things
cigarettes.
together. I know about it now. I know what alcohol withdrawal
And,
is now, right?
the smell is like noticeable
But at the time,
to
I
me
had no
again.
idea. So I finally go back to work, and we have this meeting, and all of my friends are there from work, and we're sitting, and I'm getting like super anxious because I'm not drinking at the time, and we're just talking about COVID, and like I start getting like real jittery, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I go outside and take a shot in the car because I always had alcohol
Oh.
on me, and then I felt normal again. And then when we finally got back to work, I started working in my shifts, and like I would have problems standing. Like I would get so dizzy, I would like lose consciousness for a second where I'd be like, oh shit, and then be like grounded again.
that kind of thing used to happen to me, buddy, and it had nothing to do with alcohol. Uh, it had everything to do with some scar tissue in my brain from I got hit by a car while I was on my bike when I was 11. Um, and this was kind of right before people started really taking concussions seriously and all that jazz. I was like in and out of the hospital that day. They put no, I didn't even get a cast for that one. Yeah, cuz that was the collarbone. They just put me in a sling for that. Sent me on my merry way. Um anyway, uh yeah, I ended up having like some pretty serious grand mal seizures. I had like 3 back-to-back ones. The first 2 were, I'm told, like over 5-6 minutes straight. The only reason the third wasn't that long was because I was at the hospital and they like uh I guess knocked me out or whatever. Like they hit me over the head with a club. No, they I guess gave me whatever pill or injected me with whatever just to put my ass to sleep. Um and so that one was only like 30 seconds or something. But yeah. Yeah, I very seriously could have ended up brain dead just due to lack of oxygen, I guess, getting to my brain. Like, you're not really breathing all that well when you're having a seizure, like a grand mal seizure, like what I was having, where it's all of the muscles in your body just spasming. Anyway, looking back, like after it happened, I looked up a bunch of stuff about it, and a lot of life experiences started making sense. Like I'd been hit with like dizziness and like loss of consciousness randomly just from like being too tired, or like whenever I was first starting to smoke weed whenever I was like a teenager, young adult, whatever. Um there was a few times where that would just randomly happen, um with seemingly no connection, and it turns out it's because of my whatever seizure disorder. I say seizure disorder because I didn't actually get a serious official diagnosis. Um, I was in like the emergency room or whatever. Um, I was at the hospital. I don't even know. I mean, it must have been at least 4 or 5 days from it. Because I was seriously fried, dude. Like it's seriously hard to recall memories aside from like certain specific instances or certain specific things of the instances. Anyway,
And I was like, I only know one thing that can fix this, right? Jetted out to my car. Hey man, I'm gonna take a 10. I need to take a 10. I gotta call somebody real quick. I gotta go make a phone call. All right, bro, go ahead. Go out to the car, take a shot, have a cigarette, relax, right? And it got to the point to where I was ready. I saved up a lot of money during COVID. I was ready to buy a van. I was gonna start van life, and I did. I bought a van. It's on the channel.
oh Jesus,
It turned in like
van life. Oh, buddy. You know what? This doesn't even need that much input from me. He's probably about to tell me all about how that went wrong. I can only imagine, dude. Like, I'm in a camper right now, which is, moderately better. But shit.
like to like the drinking mobile, right? Like I just had that
The
thing
drinking
stocked up.
mobile.
I wasn't drinking and driving like that. But I would just stay in there and I could
You would
drink
set
wherever.
up
You could
shop.
park and you could drink and you could sleep and you could wake up and
It was like his own camp from
slowly
Red
but
Dead
surely, my life
Redemption
became,
2.
like, miserable, right? Like everything messed up. I have the I have the video of me walking out of Starbucks. I'm loaded in the video. Actually,
Oof.
I'll roll the clip.
Yeah.
In that video, I'm fucking hammered, right? And
Roll it,
it didn't
coward.
seem like
Come
it.
on.
But my routine was I would wake up early before work. I would go to 7-Eleven, buy a 12-pack of White Claws, put it in the ice in the van.
Every day,
have
a
3 before
12-pack
work,
of
put
White
3 in my
Claws.
hydro flask, have 3 during, have another one on my 10, have 2 more, and by the time I got out of work, I'd be done with the White Claws. But I wouldn't be drunk. I wouldn't be sloshed, right? I'd just be
Sure.
existing. Because I
Kept
wouldn't
up
really
a
get drunk
casual
anymore.
pace all day, like
And
when
this
you
turned
go
into a major
kayaking.
problem for me. Because when I would try to stop,
Don't do that, by the way. That's illegal.
I
Do
couldn't
not
stop.
drink
So it
and
was
kayak.
an endless cycle of like, why am I like twitching? Why am I like sleeping? There's a video on my channel that's like alcohol withdrawals or whatever, and it's like 100,000 views. And I just couldn't understand. I didn't know what to think, right? And I didn't have any support system. My uncle died in 2020 that year, and I just didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have anybody to talk to. I didn't have anybody to ask about it. Everything was closed. It was COVID. So it just got worse. And I quit my job at Starbucks. Then I went to Target and I started drinking there, and Walgreens, and I was drinking there, and I'm like, you know what, dude, this is enough. I went to another 7-Eleven and I started drinking there. Everything was going bad. I was broke at one time. I remember I had no money, dude.
Probably because
I
of the
started
drinking,
like taking
huh?
shots of like all the Listerine that I had. Like that's how addicted I was. I
Like
drank
the
any
Whitest Kids
vanilla
You Know
extract. I
song?
drank anything I could get my
Buddy.
hands on, right? Because that's just what it was. I just needed
Rough.
to feel normal. And I had no money. I was broke. I'm not a thief. I'm not going to steal anything. I'd rather die than like go to jail, you know? So I'm not doing
Oof.
anything illegal.
Rough
But
take.
I just needed to fix this urge. And finally, I had enough, man. I went to the hospital, and I finally figured out you can go to the hospital and you can get these things called benzos. And they get rid of the withdrawal, like, completely. And I would do it, and I'd be like, all right, but I still want to drink. So I would go drink the next week, and I'm back to where I started, and I'd have to go back to the hospital. Finally, the doctor's like, look, dude, you're not learning, you're not getting it. This is the last time I'm doing this.
Speaking of benzos, real quick, during that seizure incident, that happened when I wasn't in like Cincinnati, actually, in that time. If you're from Ohio or know that much about the area, I was actually in Middletown, which is where I was living in that particular moment. Not in like the worst places of Middletown, but still Middletown. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I guess these people are so jaded that they just by default gave me benzos because they, I guess, assumed I was withdrawing from something. Oh, if that's not just the saddest piece of commentary on today's society. Jesus
I was like, all right,
Christ.
man, that's it. Like, I'm done. That was like a couple years ago, and I've drank since now, but now I'm in control. Like, now I can kick it. I have like a few beers, and I'm fine. I've learned now what caused my addiction, how I fixed it, and things that I would never do again, right?
Sure.
Like, there's not a part of me now that says, after a night of drinking, I wake up and like, let's go have beer. Like, that's just not who I am anymore. And it
What do
took
you-
a lot, man, because
Wait, what? You say after a night of drinking, you don't wake up and just immediately want to start drinking again? I mean, it's a start, sure, but probably still not the best to still be drinking for someone
I
like
remember
you.
looking at myself and being like, bro, this is what you're gonna be. You're gonna be a homeless, degenerate guy on the street, opening up doors for people, asking for money just so you can drink and just die with like.
You see
doing
them a
nothing.
lot working at the
And
gas
so I had a
stations.
conversation with my friend Robert.
I'll tell
and
you
the other
that
day
from
he was talking about
experience,
trauma
dude.
and, like,
One time at the gas station I worked at with the little pizza shop in it I was talking about, there was someone who literally like OD'd right out front at the pumps. And this, mind you, this wasn't in like recent years with, you know, a more laxed view on these kinds of things, and this certainly wasn't in an area where they would have been lax about it to begin with. I have no idea how she wasn't scooped up by the police. Maybe someone else took the fall for her. I don't know. But what had happened was they were out there for, I mean, at least like an hour and a half, if not maybe even a little bit more. And finally, like, she comes inside with a kid after the cops and ambulance and everything goes away. Her and the daughter, and I think there was like maybe a grandma also there too, like, you know, mom's mom or whatever, maybe a dad's mom. Some definitely looked to be like a grandma or maybe an older aunt type thing. But they all came in, and I was working there behind the counter, and when they came up to pay for whatever shit, I just was the only one with the chutzpah to go face them. And I go up to ring them out, and she goes to hand me her credit card, and she still had a tube tied up here around her arm. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, no. She still had it up there, and like I see it, and I raised my eyebrows. I gave her the like, "Are you for real right now?" Like, I didn't say that out loud, but I definitely let her know that I saw it, and like you could tell she was so embarrassed about it, because she like pulled it down by the wrist real quick, tried to act it off like it was a bracelet that got pushed up too high. Like, I saw what you just did. Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus.
You know, that's why you work so hard, because you have this trauma. And it's like, no offense to anybody who has trauma, that's not what I'm talking about right now. This was a conversation I had with myself back in 2022, and I was like, you just got to get it together, because you need to work hard. I've always had a hard work ethic. I don't know where that's from. I'm very lazy, but
I get
I
that.
love to work hard.
I get
And
that.
I just needed to fix
That's
it
like
for
kind of
myself,
like what I
because
was talking about earlier. Like, you almost use that work ethic as just as a means of escape. You know what I mean? Like, life is so shitty. It's if you can solely focus on that and sincerely give 110%. Like, I get when I had those massive seizures I was talking about. Bleh, I was working like literally at least 65, if not 70 plus hours a week, every single week, like open to close days on days on days. Like I said, like a normal 8-hour day was considered an easy day for me at the time. And it was 100%, dude, 100%. Just a means of escapism. Yeah. Just been too many traumas.
I was gonna die.
Too
I was gonna die.
much traumas.
And I've been on YouTube
It'll
now
get
for
you.
15 years, man. Maybe 15? Yeah, 15 years, 2012, that's 15. And it took me 15 years, and now I finally got this viral video. I still don't believe it. I still don't believe it. And it's like, who would have known that working at 7-Eleven would have been the key to like my content blowing up? Because I've tried a lot of different things. And honestly, I was in car camping and I loved it, but it
I've kind of wanted to check out car camping, I'm not gonna lie.
died out. Now, working at 7-Eleven, I've always enjoyed it. I don't know why, I just
Something
do.
about it just seems
And
so cozy.
I'm having a lot of fun making the content. So that's how I ended up in this predicament.
Not for like a serious, like full-time living in situation, but like, you know, as a personal vacation. Hell yeah.
I was in COD for like, I've been in community college now for since 2012. So that's 14 years, 13 years, 13 years. I've been in community college, and that might be the title of this video. And that's what it is, man. That's the story. That's why. And now I'm getting my life together at 30 years old.
Back, am I right?
But you know what? Wham! I'm not crying about it, right? I'm not doing that. It's just sometimes it happens, man. So if you feel like you're a failure and a loser, you know, you might be, because like that's just how life happens sometimes, man.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the time I feel like a loser and a failure, and it's good motivation to not do that and to not.
Yeah, exactly. We serve as not a goalpost, but as a warning. We serve as a warning to the kids. Like, you don't want to grow up and be like that guy. That's us. We serve a very important function in society.
I want to be that, because it's a horrible feeling having no money in the world and having to go to a job you hate, and just, it's all bad, man. Like, that was despair for me, because I just hated every second of every day. But I just, I know that's not what I want to have, you know? So there's some of the story. I just thought I would drop that on you guys, because I kept getting the comment of why I'm 30 working at 7-Eleven, which is probably my fault, because I put it in the title, but it worked.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, I didn't quite catch what this man's position is. Definitely don't know what he's getting paid. I see he's living in California, so I can assume it's on the higher end of things, but also at the same time, I know that everything in California is super expensive and also gets taxed to oblivion, so I'm sure he's struggling. That being said, in most of the country, if you sincerely do have the work ethic and aren't a complete idiot, like big time dummy, you can definitely work your way up to like some small time level management roles. No problem. No problem if you're just there and are competent and, you know, are capable of taking charge whenever it needs to happen. Even if it's, you know, making mistakes. I've made plenty of mistakes. You just gotta like own up to it, acknowledge that it was a mistake, you know, correct the actions, etc. That kind of basic behaviors. But yeah, as you do move up the totem pole, like, you do become more worth it, more worth of an investment. I'll tell you right now, the company that I'm currently working for, not going to say who it is, because I'm not allowed to be talking about them at all. So if you know me, no, you don't. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so the company that I'm working now, I know for a fact that I am making more per hour than most anyone else of my current title, because I have been hired with the intention of being a manager, because I was a manager before. I am kind of more of an investment for them for long term. I was like I said, I was at my last job for a better part of 10 years. I'm probably going to stick around at this job for quite some time, because they give me pretty good health insurance. But all that to say, they don't directly hire for managers here, meaning I have to actually start from the very bottom and learn everything and work my way up, which I actually personally prefer. I enjoy it. As long as I'm actually getting, you know, moved up, as long as there's progress there, I can live with it. I'm all about proving myself rather than, you know, trying to just sell myself or buy my way in or whatever. But yeah, it's definitely possible to do the same thing at 7-Eleven. I'll tell you that right now. Like I said, I do food service, but I have a good friend of mine that works in another
Anyway,
quick
sorry for boring you
gas
guys,
station
man.
retail
That's, not
type
a 7-Eleven
place.
video, but just something I really wanted to talk about and share.
He is now
Another thing
a
is on the
managing
community
partner
tab, I ask
at
people
his
how many
own
days a
store
week I
now
should upload, and I have some YouTube
for
friends who I've been
the
talking
specific
to.
brand that he's at.
All right, let me not lie. I don't have YouTube friends. I have one YouTube friend, 24/7 Betterment. Big ups to you, bro. And I was reading
I'll
a lot
be your
of comments
YouTube
though,
friend guy.
that said, "Hey man, you should upload daily." And I know if you upload daily, that's how you like make it rain on them hoes. But I don't want to do that, dude. It's too forced. And I tried it, and I was like, you know what? Fuck this. If I'm gonna do it and make it miserable, I don't want to be miserable. I'm having fun doing it, and I think that's why people like the videos. So
I mean, sure.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
If you want to earn income, it's got to be like a
And I don't
job.
wanna
That's
make it,
how.
like, too grindy
That's
because then
how
you guys
shit
won't enjoy it.
goes.
But that's long enough, man. Enough yapping, man.
But yeah, if you want to
Peace.
do it as a hobby,
And
there's
Buckley, shout out to
absolutely
the tow
nothing
trucker.
wrong with that.
And big ups to my boy Winman, man. I love you, bro.
And big
Okay,
ups
we
to
gotta
me
talk
now
about these-
too. All right, Penguin or not Penguin Zero? What's this guy's name again? More Pegasus dropped a video today, and this was the thumbnail. We can all make our assumptions and our judgments now, but this guy has been making me laugh lately, so I wanted to check this out. Here we go.
Psycho TikTokers. Now, I used to talk about this years ago, where people would be faking mental illness and
Oh
faking
my
these
God.
disorders.
Dude, even when they're not faking, like, it's so cringe. Whenever, like, I don't really get on TikTok anymore. Whenever I start chopping these up into like shorts again, I probably will start uploading them later on onto TikTok again, but it was just so cringe whenever the algorithm was first trying to figure you out and you start seeing all kinds of posts for all kinds of different demographics. And I was seeing these kinds cuz like of my I don't know, alternative demeanor and interests. It started feeding me these Pokemon types, and just the number of people who, I guess it's their first inclination to grab their phone and start filming themselves while they're crying and having full-blown crash outs it's crazy. I don't want anyone to see my emotions ever. The word silly is the very first word in all my bios for a reason. I present a very particular face to people. You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna air
Basically
your
just
stuff
inventing
like that?
random shit because they're
That's
bored and they
nuts.
feel like it and they really desperately want attention from people. So we're gonna go through a couple
Oh,
people
boy.
that are going viral recently. Here's my little preview for the video. We got this psycho, this psycho, this psycho. We'll also be talking about the infamous nose ring theory. It's making a comeback. It's this theory where people with nose rings for some
Remember them traumas I was talking about? Yeah. I'm here to say that anecdotally, I can back up these nose
explained
ring
reason
theory
tend
claims.
to lean towards crazy. Also, a couple more psychos who are all mentally
boy.
ill in different ways, it seems.
Oh,
Starting with
boy.
whatever this is. So you know how this new generation has the pronoun stuff, right? The he, she, they, them, the standard. But then you got some people who are like, let me cook, right? Let me cook some more. I'm not special enough. I need more attention. And yeah, you should not let them cook.
This is a video about my pronouns.
Oh, boy.
I've had a lot of people.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, we're cooked. Oh man, why do I do this
ask
to
them
myself?
in lives, and I thought it would be easier to just have a video explaining my pronouns. So I use them.
That'd be the easiest way for everyone if you made a video about it to explain it. I can't think of a single easier way to explain. Nah. Could not.
It's, and they, them pronouns because I like them and I think they're fun to use. How you use these, them pronouns in a sentence would be like, Zia's crocheting, I'm watching their live, I'm crocheting with them. Most people use no.
You're starting to give crocheting people a bad name. Alright? You might not notice it now, but if all of your examples are going to keep being about crocheting, I know for a fact that crocheting TikTok is a very real thing. And I'm pretty sure that it's mostly Swifties, okay? You do not want the wrath of crocheting TikTok. Find other examples.
Most people know how to use it, its, and they, them pronouns in sentences.
I'm sorry. I just had to stop. Did we just say that most people know how to use it, and they, them pronouns? Most people. Okay.
Why do I use them? I use them because I think they're fun.
Right. So we got the casual Z-Zem. Now, I don't know about you. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that in real life ever. In fact, I'm almost certain that none of you have either, unless you are in this person's neck of the woods.
Right. I'm not... Oh. I really, 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 really don't want to seem like a dickhead. Because I really, really try hard not to be. Like, most everyone who actually knows me personally would tell you that, like, I'm, like, empathetic to a fault. Meaning, like, I actually do way more for others than, like, I probably should, because it more often than not comes to my own detriment. See nose ring theory. Anyway. So like with everyone, I really try to treat them on a case by case basis. Like I have friends who are, friends who are trans. My sister is in a gay relationship. They're actually engaged. Super stereotypically, they did it pretty quick. Like, what's it been? A little over a year in, anyway. And nothing on any of these people. Like, they're perfectly fine. But I don't know, when you have stuff like that, like this girl, or not girl, sorry. This being, this entity clearly also has Tourette's, like.
It really seems like this stuff is purely an online thing that they're purposely...
It's hard to even know where to begin. Like, if we're gonna start catering our acceptance, if we're gonna start casting that net so wide, like, we're gonna get holes in the net. Shit's gonna start falling through. Like the whole gay marriage thing possibly getting repealed. Like, that's 100% because of this kind of stuff, man. Like, we've pushed the normies too far. That's exactly what's going on. Like, back in Ohio, I was working at a one of the shops that I managed was in more uh not rural, but used to be rural, nowadays is more suburbanized, but one of those kind of communities, um where it has traditionally been all traditional, redneck type individuals. And now all of a sudden, like, they were getting litter boxes in their schools. Like, and any time for years, these people have tried to voice discomfort. They've been called a bigot and, canceled and deplatformed and, like, in some cases, fired from their jobs for all kinds of shit. Because we've tried to cast too wide a net, you know? I digress. Let's keep this rolling.
Doing on TikTok. I mean, they talk about it as if they use it in real life as well, but I find that very, very hard to believe. At least, yeah, I just don't see that working. I mean, it would take so long to even explain. And how would you deal with
That's
strangers?
what I'm talking
this
about.
This is something I just don't understand. Like, why would you make life difficult for yourself on purpose?
Well, no, because she made a video on it, because that way it'd be easier for everyone. Because that's the easiest way to get this across, is to make a video.
Gonna do like
Duh.
every time you go to the cashier at the grocery store when they call.
I think I said she, didn't I? I'm sorry.
Call you she or
sincerely,
whatever.
I'm
You're
sorry
gonna go
about
and be
that.
Like, well, actually, there's
It's
this thing
very
called
hard
season
for me
that
to adapt.
have invented here.
Not only am I 31, I'm also incredibly antisocial, and I don't actually speak to very many people outside of my family and coworkers. So, no offense. I'm sure offense was taken, and I apologize for it.
I want you to use this going forward, and then they probably encounter like hundreds of people every day, so they probably can't even remember that. Also, you're saying you're doing this for fun, so you just kind of expose yourself. It doesn't really reflect their identity. It's just some random fun shit that you've completely made up. Also, to address the elephant in the room, the ticks and stuff. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna 100% say that they're, faking it or anything like that. There's no real way to know unless you're them. Or, you could technically go through all their previous videos and just expose them. But I will say, I used to talk about this stuff before, and there were a lot of...
No. Oh no, don't tell me. Do not tell me that Tourette's is cool now. You can't. Oh no. Oh no. So, story time. Hold on, we gotta get this up for story time. All right, so whenever I was in high school, I was on the speech and debate team. Now, if you have ever been on a speech and debate team, you know that it's actually a lot more than just speeches and debates. There were a lot of more acting type events, and that's primarily what I used to do. One of the events that I was doing one year was called dramatic interpretation. Meaning essentially it's kind of like a bummer of a story, always. What the hell? What's going on with my TV? Actually. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I was doing the dramatic interpretation event for speech and debate. Now I say it's an acting event, and for some of the people who might not be familiar, they might have been picturing something on like a stage or maybe even for the younger crowd, they might have been picturing some sort of like, video production or something. No, what it actually is you're in a high school, because this was for the high school team, and it's just you and maybe a handful, like, and when I say a handful, I mean literally most maybe 5 or 6 other students in the room with you, with like 1 or 2 adult judges. um so it's definitely like socially awkward. It takes genuine like skill to be able to deliver in this type of environment, let me tell you. um Anyway, all that to say, it's like super quiet, super awkward, because not only is there just a few people. The reason there's only a few people, by the way, is because most everyone is doing multiple events. So you'll be in your room long enough to present, and then whenever you're done, or whenever it starts getting to be about that time, you need to like quietly exit, go to the different room in the school or whatever building that you're at, um, and do your event there. Anyway, so I was in the dramatic interpretation room, and this one girl was delivering a story talking about, she was on her way to, I think it was like on her way to a boarding school or something like that. And so I was kind of picturing this to be like, a typical sad girl story or whatever. And then at some point, she had just said some depressing line like, I was sad and looking out the car window at the rainfall or some bullshit like that. And then she goes, piss out my ass! And I lost it. I lost my marbles in dead silence. I ruined this girl's performance, and I felt so bad, but I couldn't help it. I am so sorry if you have Tourette's, but that shit is so funny. Oh. And I'm just, the fact that we're out here, okay, I can't say fact. We didn't prove it. We just heavily implied it. I see what we're doing. But the idea that we might be out here faking Tourette's on TikTok for social clout is actually hilarious. Alright, we gotta keep plowing through some stuff. We also have news, like actual news I need to catch up with.
Shit, and it seems like their certain quirks and stuff only pop up on video, it seems. Only pop up whenever they're doing TikToks, or only recently, and several years ago they did not have it. So I don't know if this person is doing that, but if you are one of those people who legitimately...
I'm guessing they're probably traumatized because of what, because of the, what's it called? Genocide. There we go.
Take time out of your day to fake this shit, then you're a piece of shit. People actually have to, suffer through this type of stuff.
Come on. Come on, buddy. You're funnier than that. You're funnier than that, I know.
So,
come on.
Yeah, it's not cool. Right, so then they talk about when they actually discovered this new pronoun system or whatever, or whenever they made it up or whatever. And what do you know? It was when they were 16. Interesting, right? Interesting. Nobody could have guessed.
I discovered neo-pronouns when I was 16, I think. Woohoo! And I didn't really get them at first, but I learned more about them and discovered them pronouns, which I really liked. I started using them with friends, and then woohoo, pretty bird, I eventually...
I can't wait for this person to get so into heating pads for the neck from all this twitching.
Put them in my username. So I've been using these and pronouns pretty bird for a couple years now. I discovered what you're doing. I discovered I didn't mind its pronouns. When I was reading through a lot of hate comments that I get, a lot of people use it to try and dehumanize you or like hate on you or whatever.
Honestly, it's low-key a joke, sure. But it's more grammatically correct. Which inherently makes it easier for someone like me to say. My stepmom was a bit of a grammar Nazi. Which is kind of ironic because my half-sibling actually does use they them pronouns, and I respect it. I'm cool with it. It's not that big of a deal to me personally. It's just low-key kind of hard to get my brain to do that at this point, and I sincerely blame their mom for that. You know what I mean? Just constantly up my ass about things that like no kid has ever really had to worry about unless they were like monarchy. It was things like I was ending sentences with prepositions. And now you might be asking yourself, what the fuck does that mean? I'll tell you what that means. It means when you're looking for something, like let's say your deodorant, and you go, "Hey mom, where's the deodorant at?" And they go, "You're not supposed to end a sentence with the word at, because at is a preposition, and prepositions don't belong at the end of a sentence." Like, goddamn. That's what I was dealing with growing up, forming my brain. Now, I did pretty well in English class, but it makes it hard for me to deal with alternative pronouns. I'll tell you that.
But when I was going through those comments, I realized I genuinely didn't mind its pronouns. And for me, they're a vibe. So, hopefully that explains my pronouns. Woohoo!
Yeah, that explained a lot, honestly. So you were 16, you're
Yeah,
very
everything makes
impressionable.
sense
You
now.
probably log onto TikTok every day, before even brushing your teeth or taking a shower. You just immediately...
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Back in my day, whenever I was that age, we had MySpace. And do you know what that made? Made a bunch of emo kids and scene kids. It made the raccoon hair. That's what that did.
Got onto that app, go to the internet, and look for validation from fellow mentally ill people. And you find a way to make them affirm your crazy delusions. And the end result is you just end up looking like some sort of exotic parrot. I honestly feel bad for the parrot now. That's a really
Sounding
mean
like
comparison
one
for
too,
the parrot right
for
there.
real.
But yeah, maybe if a parrot had a bunch of metal in it or whatever, and put on clown makeup, I guess. I really just feel bad for these people because imagine living your life every day like this. It must be fucking exhausting. But anyways, moving on to the nose ring theory. Now, you probably heard of this before.
with all the neck
I've also
twitching.
talked about it several years
Deadass.
ago. Basically, there's an interesting correlation that a lot of these psychos online who are clearly mentally ill seem to have nose rings. Now, obviously, you can wear nose
They're
rings and be
very
perfectly
popular.
normal, a perfectly chill and cool person. But some people out here are ruining it for everyone, it seems. If you do happen to wear a nose ring,
All right, bro. I'm going to stop you right here because what I think you said was that not everyone with it applies. I'm going to have to politely disagree and perhaps impolitely suggest that it's because you're trying to catch a baddie with a nose ring right now, aren't you? Aren't you? It's cool. I get it. I've been there. I've been there a few times. And I'll tell you what, most of the time, it's, pros and cons. There's the good stuff. There's the bad stuff. Most of the time, it's fine, though. Even when it's bad, it's fine. Most of the time. But every once in a while, you'll catch one where this rule especially applies to. Yeah. Just you wait, buddy. Keep rolling those dice, I promise.
Just know that you might be judged adversely on the internet now, because there's a lot of people who do wear nose rings who are completely insane. And
Hey,
yeah,
like I
don't
said,
know, there's
I
some
got,
sort of
you know, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I'll take everyone on a case-by-case basis as far as, you know, how they can behave and how they treat me and, you know, how they treat themselves and all that stuff. But, you know, in my experience, it's applied damn near universally. Like, I think, you know, as I'm sitting here trying to think about it, I think the only times that I'm thinking of where it's not, you know, what the nose ring theory thing is, where if they have the nose ring, they make their trauma their entire personality. I think the only times that I can think of where that isn't the case is it's when they're genuinely, how do I say this, like, nicely? Fuck it. It's when they're genuinely just kind of too ditzy to have much of a personality to begin with. Yeah, that's the only time where the traumas have not come up in my experience. Okay.
correlations, a mystic correlation here, so it doesn't always have to be the case, but yeah. So this guy went viral calling it out.
Septum theory this, septum theory that.
What the fuck?
You guys are just jealous
my
that
God.
I am swag, awesome, gay.
Septum theory. I've seen this phrase getting kicked around a lot. Basically, see someone with a septum ring, they're most likely
Oh
going to
my
be fucking
God.
mentally ill or just straight up retarded. Angry, deranged, Starbucks drinking lunatics, mate.
Oh.
Oh, but Jack, that's pretty judgmental. No, it's not. It's just true.
If you're throwing around the R slur,
Oh
full-fledged
boy.
Nazi. Full stop.
That's interesting. I don't.
The what slur? Hold on, what? I had to like mentally step back from that one for a second. That was a lot on the old noggin. I did not quite catch
Septum
what
theory.
they said,
I've seen this
though.
phrase getting kicked around a lot. Basically, see someone with a septum ring, they're most likely going to be fucking mentally ill or just straight up retarded.
That's not what it is. It's they make their traumas their entire personality. Mental illness often comes hand in hand with the traumas. But no, they're definitely not all freaking raving lunatics, or they're definitely not all retarded. But I would say that the actual theory of making their traumas their whole personality certainly fits. I bet this Karen will tell you everything that has ever gone wrong to her in her life and about how she's such a victim in every single one of those circumstances, and about all of the people who have wronged her and all of the jobs that have screwed her over and everything like that you could imagine. That's the nose ring theory.
Angry, deranged, Starbucks drinking lunatics, mate. Oh, but Jack, that's pretty judgmental. No, it's not. It's just true.
If you're throwing around the R slur, full-fledged Nazi. Full stop.
Tired of people role-playing as resistance while they literally go around killing and... What's the R slur? I'm so confused.
That's interesting. I don't
Am I
understand why people got
seriously
that on
just
their face,
aged out
mate. You
of
know,
the
that's for
internet
cattle,
now?
right? So they can put the rope through the nose and drag you around.
Right, listen, I don't want to be that guy, but how do you go out looking like this? You are a straight up clown. In fact, a clown probably has less shit on their face if we were to do a one-to-one comparison, I feel like. And look at that absolute conch shell in her nose, bruh. Dude, at that point, I feel like you're operating at 30% capacity. There's not enough oxygen that is even flowing to your brain. Maybe that's what actually makes you mentally ill. It's just a lack of oxygen. I feel like that would make anyone ill, you know? Physically. Now, one of the previous times we talked about one of these specimens, they were complaining about not getting hired at like a TJ Maxx or something. Basically, they were complaining about getting fired for their self-expression, and it was this lady with a shit ton of tattoos.
Did no one warn you about that, like, going into it? Like, did you not know what you were signing up for with the face and the neck tattoos? Did we not understand that that's historically been a felon thing? I mean, almost exclusively there. Like, I got, I can show at least most of the ones on my arms here. What was it? This one right here, this flower. This was my first one. And it was in a visible spot. And I got that conversation from, like, my first job because I was 18 at the time. My first, like, I don't know, real legit job anyway. I had done other volunteer works and, you know, under the table, you know, tax-free jobs, that kind of thing when I was a teenager. But for my first legitimate job, you know, in my career field, you know, that was the first tattoo I got. And I got a talking to about that. They were like, you know, that's going to make it harder. You know, you're going to have to cover it up at a lot of places. And now, thankfully, like, that kind of mentality is definitely scaled back. Like, arm tattoos, especially non-offensive ones like I have, are, you know, pretty much socially acceptable these days. The face and the neck, though. Face and the neck is a bit harder to swallow. Hands too can be a little rough sometimes.
And the reality is, if you show up looking like this to a job interview, you're not exactly a people's person, all right? You're not exactly going to be perceived as someone who is, you know, welcoming, cool. You know, if there's a bunch of kids going to the store to get some clothes, or, you know, kids with their parents getting...
I am empathetic to a fault. I might still give you a chance. But I'm damn sure going to be suspicious right out of the gate. I would tell you that.
Getting some groceries or some toys. If they see this fucking devil, you know, at the counter, they're going to be a bit put off, you know, going to be like, Mommy, what the fuck is that? So yeah, back to this person here, you know, I feel like just without all that shit on your face.
Yeah, so kids will call that shit out so fast. They will cut straight down into your soul. I'll tell you that right now.
It would look pretty decent, but it's like, why? Why do you do this to yourself? I just don't understand. Feels like such a cry for help, a cry for attention, you know? Also, I'm like an anime guy, right? And I think the closest thing we have in real life to like aura or chakra is like our breathing. And if you somewhat inhibit your breathing even slightly, you're basically nerfing your power level, right? Even in the gym, if you lift or whatever, you'll notice that if you take like a deep breath before your set and, you know, you really get ready for it, then you have way more strength on it, right? It's because like, oh, you got all that oxygen filling up. I don't know the exact logic there, but yeah, there's also those breathing techniques like Wim Hof or whatever, where you can like supercharge your body to survive in like extreme cold temperatures where it normally may not. So legitimately, like, breathing is an actual superpower. So when you inhibit that, you know, you're kind of just cucking yourself. Now, if you have like a tiny small nose ring or whatever, okay, fair enough. But if you have a walrus tusk in there, I mean...
I mean, like, is commentary even needed with this? Like, could the whole idea just be summed up just with a screenshot of this right now, posted on X? Good lord.
Come on, you're just like, you're giving yourself a cold, you know. Well, you know, when you're ill, you have a cold and you just can't breathe enough, and it's so annoying, especially when you're trying to sleep and you're like always, you know, making that noise to, you know, clear their mucus and shit like that. That's basically what's going on here, and you're doing it on purpose. I can't, bruh. Right, so then she just calls it like really stupid, and that says that we should not be talking about this, even though this is TikTok, and literally you talk about the most nonsensical, unimportant shit all the time.
But for real, this septum theory shit is so fucking stupid. Like, sincerely, like, where are we? There are so many more important things to talk about.
Is this person at a loss for words right now? Because that's hilarious.
You're on this fucking app right now. Like, if you're commenting septum theory under my posts, I'm blocking you.
How can you make fun of me without talking about the political and economic state of the world right now? How can you criticize me when there's a genocide going on right out of the Hassan Biker playbook right here, the Hassan Orbiter playbook? Listen, you put yourself online to get clowned on, looking like a clown. People are gonna call you a clown. It looks like a clown. It quacks
dude.
like a clown. It's gotta be a clown. Also, it's really not that deep. People aren't making like a comment on your like intrinsic worth or anything like that. They're just saying, hey, this looks stupid. And a lot of people who look like this give off the vibes that they're mentally ill and they have deep trauma and problems, right?
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, is that in any other context, this person would happily tell you about all of their traumas and all of their mental health issues, whether they are diagnosed or not. But it's only when we want to call them out on it that they're going to be defensive. And that's hilarious.
You know, all these years, the theory, you know, the nose ring theory is quite accurate, I feel like, at least online. You know, in real life, you might encounter people that are more normal, but that's just in general. And in real life, there's more normal people than people that are online, because people online are desperately trying to get attention, trying to get validation, trying to go viral, trying to get clout on TikTok or whatever platform.
That's why we do what we do, baby.
Decent people with nose rings, of course. It doesn't mean like you put it on, you're automatically insane. That obviously doesn't make any sense. Although there is something coming up.
We're conflating what nose ring theory is. It's not that you are crazy. It's that you are traumatized, which I guess comes along with it a huge likelihood of being crazy, but isn't always the case. But the main factor of nose ring theory is that not only are you traumatized, it's that you're going to make your traumas your entire personality. Yeah, that's the key distinction. There are plenty of people who are traumatized and not crazy. Like myself. Well, you almost caught me there. I was about to say that I wasn't crazy, but I'm probably crazy. I just don't make my traumas my whole personality. I don't talk about my traumas, dude. That's part of the fun. You know what I'm saying? Oh, boy.
I might indicate that, we'll see. But anyways, as this trend started to get viral, a bunch of people got really butthurt about it. There was this one guy who basically said that anyone who doesn't like nose rings is a pedo.
Septum ring theory is when you are visibly older than 18 and conservatives get sad you are no longer a minor. If you have visible tattoos or facial piercings, it is immediately recognizable that you are of age. And that makes conservatives sad, because they can no longer roleplay with you in the position of the depravity in their sick fucking minds.
Okay, what the fuck? Where did that even come from?
Literally, what kind of mental connections are happening here? That's insane.
What are you even talking about? Also, I don't think this is just conservatives. It's like even liberals can see a whack job psycho and go, yeah, that's a whack job psycho. I know what's going on. This has got to be a Hassan
nothing to do with
fan.
politics.
It's a classic. I mean, come on. Randomly
Literally
calling someone
nothing.
a PDF file that you disagree with, that's right out of the playbook. That's on chapter 2. Chapter 2 of Hassanetics right there. Also, nobody minds the tattoos either. But you know, if you have a giant demon tattoo of a monster on your face, yeah, people are likely gonna judge you. Like, you can't have
Straight up.
a giant sign on your head that says, hey, look
You
at me.
can't-
Hey, look at me and judge.
Your big ass tattoos in the most visible part. Like we are genetically, like, primitively coded to look at the face for information, like social cues and whatnot. Getting tattoos on the face is like begging. It's screaming for attention. You want them to be looked at. It's going to be the first thing that's going to be looked at, especially on the face. I don't want to hear nothing about how you don't want to be judged for your tattoos on your face. That's exactly why you got them. You just wanted positive judgment.
Me,
and you're
which is
mad that
essentially
it's
what
not
a nose ring
going
and a
that
tattoo
way
is,
in the
and then be
instance
like,
of
oh,
getting
I'm
a
mad
job.
that people are judging me. Like, of course they are. You're making a statement.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
even
what I'm saying.
just nose rings or tattoos. It's like with anything. Your clothes. If you wear some wacky clothes, people are gonna judge you. You know.
Yeah.
Or if you have colored hair or whatever, anything
Yeah.
that's different from the norm, people
Dude,
are gonna
the,
judge you. Sometimes in a good way,
undercut
sometimes in a bad
man
way.
bun thing,
And the
I get
problem with
comments
people
on
like
that.
you is you're
It
literally
makes me
proving the
uncomfortable. I
theory
don't
right.
like being
Like, when
reminded
you
that I
react like this,
exist.
and when you
I
call
like to just,
everyone that
be
doesn't
silly.
like something, which is a preference,
But
a
I did
pedo,
it. I
then
get
you're
it.
just
I don't
affirming
get
that you're
shitty
mentally
at
ill.
people
You're
for,
just affirming
giving
that
me
you're a
compliments
complete
or
psycho,
commenting on my hair
crazy
or anything
nut
like
job,
that.
Of course. Moving on to this girl going viral. Apparently, she can't find a man. TikTok girl number 7,000 who can't find a man, and decides the best thing is to post about it online to try and get sympathy. And
There you
lo
go.
and behold, she thinks that everybody else is the problem, but cannot find any problem in herself. She says, "I'm gonna be."
That sounds closer to nose ring theory than just every person with a nose ring is crazy. Like, those more specific qualifiers. Everyone else is the problem. Yeah, now we're sounding like nose ring theory.
Alone for the rest of my life. Interesting.
So I'm 24 years old, and I've been trying my hand at dating men specifically for probably about 5-6 years now, in a serious way. I'm single at the moment. My boyfriend and I just broke up recently, and I have probably dated about like 4 to 5 men, seriously. Keep running into the same issues
4
every
to
single
5?
time I date a man, and I've been trying to like really get to the root of what
Why
it is.
is
And now
there a
I know what you're
range
thinking.
on
You
that
probably
number?
have a type. I do not have a type. These men don't know each other. They're not friends.
Weird.
They're not from the same area. They don't look alike. I really do not have a type. The only thing that these men have in common is that they are men. I really have been reflecting a lot and trying to figure out what like the root of all these issues is.
Okay, how do I put this? So, if we do some quick maths there's only one common denominator in all these failed relationships, and that is you, right? So, definitely look into that. But also, you know, I'm just gonna be fair here. It's fine to have failed relationships. You just move on, you know?
Yeah.
Now, failed relationships
Also
for 5,
true.
6 years in a row with several different people, okay, that might be indicative of another problem there, especially if you're actively looking as you're saying, right? But the fact of the matter is, you're not gonna get along with everyone. You just need to find one person. That's the whole point, you know? You gotta find that one person. At least I hope that's the goal. I don't know what the fuck people want these days. Or
Oh, it's not a great picture. I'll tell you that. For real. Uh-oh. I don't even know what's going on here right now. Let's just keep
right?
going.
More than one or whatever the hell they're doing nowadays. God knows. We got people like iDubbbz and Destiny spreading their little cuck mentality, the sneakos of the world. You know, you never know what's going on these days. But yeah, whenever you have a constant series of failures like this, you gotta look inside. You know, you gotta know that, hey, am I the one, you know, who has a problem? Am I the one picking bad men here? I feel like if you're dedicatedly looking for so many years, you should probably find someone who you at least
well, that's the thing too, is that they're not dedicatedly looking. They're dedicatedly looking to have a fun time for themselves because of the trauma often leading to the, you know, mental disorders often leads to like impulse control issues, which manifests in a lot of different ways. But yeah, they need instant gratification on so many things. And that's why you see like promiscuous sex activity. That's why you see a lot of like you know, terrible spending habits, all those kinds of, you know, just classic symptoms of it.
team is good. Like at least one of those relationships, maybe it didn't work out, but maybe you like the guy. Maybe the guy was actually nice. But apparently these are all bad men. And apparently she's been in relationships for like 5-6 years or whatever. Like I assume it takes you an entire year to determine this person sucks. Like I just don't understand.
They're not looking for
Anyways,
a serious
she continues and blames
life
everybody
partner.
else
They
but
don't
her.
they don't even understand the concept of like what that means for real. And if you don't believe me, check out Caleb Hammer's show.
TikToker strategy.
Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, but I'm not the reason that any of these relationships ended. One of the main issues that I've come to recognize is that I don't think men are really socialized to know what it means to truly love someone, like love their partner and care for their partner. Obviously, I'm not saying this is all men, but I think it's just not normalized for them to like, I don't know, just like, I guess I don't know how to phrase it. What I'm saying, for example, is that every single one of these men individually has looked me in my eyes and told me that I am the love of their life, I'm the most important person in their life, that they would take a bullet for me, and every single one of them has treated me horribly, okay?
Right, so these guys are
Yeah. I don't know, man. I've been accused of it too. Straight up. And you know what? Sometimes it's honest to God been the case. Especially when I was like really, really younger. Like, I was a real piece of shit like in high school and immediately out of high school. Like, horrible human being. Anyway, yeah. Let's
lying to you. I mean, guys will say a lot of shit to get you to like them or to sleep with them or whatever.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, a lot of times, especially as I've gotten older, it seemed more of a case of like, I think genuinely, like, biologically, the male brain and female brain, like, are hardwired a little bit different to kind of, you know, it's like choosing different starting classes in a game like Path of Exile or something, like, or Elden Ring. Like, you have different stats that you start with, so you're more naturally geared towards something like a spellcaster, or more geared towards something like, you know, an archer, or, you know, whatever. I think that a lot of times these women are looking for signs of love in a way that women often communicate that. Whereas men don't really communicate it in those ways. They communicate it by like wanting to take care of things, like, you know, support financially with a place to live, you know, buying food, paying for freaking the problems with impulse control, like I was talking about, bullshit spending, buying cute little, what the fuck are they called, labubu's or whatever. It's that kind of thing. For sure.
But if they're lying, it is your job to realize that and not believe their words. Maybe you can fall for the first lie,
Wait.
but what about the next lies, right? You're being like, okay, this person's a liar. I should not trust them.
All right, that's kind of an iffy take. If they're lying, it's your job to realize it. Like, okay, come on.
And I always say you gotta look at their actions.
Let's go a
right?
little easier
if they treat
on the
you
girl.
Horribly, they obviously don't like you, and you should move on quickly. Yet you seem to be the type of person to be in relationships for years with these guys and then just keep complaining. So apparently men are the problem, but also I pick people who lie to me and treat me bad. Like, listen, I'm not saying it's impossible to be manipulated. Of course, sure, you might feel in love, maybe you're blinded, but 4 or 5 times, come on. At that point, it's gotta be you, all right? If the same thing happens again and again, that's just you not deciding to make any changes, right? Also, for the love of God, somebody explain this to me. What does crying on TikTok even do, honestly?
Oh
what
my
does it
gosh. Was I not just talking about that earlier on stream?
Except feed your own ego. I will never understand this. Like, what would compel someone to do this? I feel like if a guy did this and went like, wah, I suck, I suck, and then started crying on TikTok, everyone would just be clowning the fuck out of him, as they are her, to be fair. Right, then she continues and says how awesome she actually is. Definitely a sign when somebody needs to tell you how good they are.
I don't know about you, but when I tell somebody they're the love of my life and that they're the person I care about the most, I show it. I'm treating them accordingly. Part of it that really trips me up is that they believe.
What does that mean, though? Like, give examples of what we're talking about. Present an argument. By God.
It. They actually believe in their heart that I'm the love of their life and I'm the person they care about the most. I start calling it out. I would be like, you do not love me and you do not care about me. Like, point blank, period. Otherwise, you wouldn't be treating me badly.
Yeah. We're touching a little close to home now.
And they will argue and they get genuinely offended. They get offended. I honestly pity them because I don't think they're socialized to know what that means. And I don't know how.
No. It's that we display it differently. Like, you gotta learn to accept that. That's part of the deal. Like, it's much like getting a dog. Like, you're gonna have to pick up some shit sometimes. You gotta accept that. You want the dog, don't you?
How to get it across in a meaningful way to them.
Yes, I pity the guys. They are not socialized. The little, undomesticated animals right here.
I mean...
Here's my question. Why do you even need to get across your argument? Just leave. Go to the next guy. You're telling me you're in a year-long debate here, telling this guy, hey, you don't actually love me, and I'll totally prove it to you that you don't treat me well. Okay, I mean, sure, you're right. Then just leave instead of arguing about it. Leave and go find someone who actually does love you. Why bother arguing with someone who doesn't even listen or understand you? Dude, I swear to God, every problem in this world would be solved if people just had a shred of common sense. Holy shit. It's like, these people don't know how to navigate the simplest...
It's tough, man. You get lost. You're lost in the sauce, my guy. Trust me. You might be a little bit far removed. Or you might have just lived more of a healthy life. I don't know. But it's tough. It's tough out here.
List of problems. This is the type of person to search something in TikTok before she Googles it, You just know it's that type of fucking idiot. TikTok has the answers.
Searches something on TikTok before she Googles. Oh, man. Oh, he's cooking today.
Guys, the answers to my love life will be in the TikTok comment section, of course. And you know what ends up happening is that TikTok is also filled with these very bitter, hurt women, and they're in the comments, and they will basically reaffirm.
I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, he is cooking today. Oh, he is roasting my ass. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh man. Oh, let's keep going. Come on.
This person's opinions, and then they will just end up, you know, hating all men essentially, and they'll go their entire lives thinking, I've done nothing wrong, I'm so nice, everyone else I encounter is just horrible, and it's just not healthy. It's just not healthy. You need a little dose of reality here. Then she does us the kind favor of explaining what love actually is. Yes, she does. She definitely knows.
Like they just don't listen. And I'll be like, okay, you wouldn't have done this bad thing to me if you actually loved me in the way that you say you do. Like, that is not what love is. That's not what love is. When you love someone, you don't do things to intentionally or even unintentionally hurt them.
Or even unintentionally. That's a hot take. That's a hot take.
Why is that considered love to you? I'm just like, I don't know where it's coming from. I honestly pity them because that has to be awful, but like I can't handle it anymore.
It is. And you know what? And this is the God's honest truth. That is why, generally speaking, while there are exceptions, to the rule, that is the exact reason why typically male stand-up comedians are way funnier. Because it's the only way that we can cope is just by being funny and laughing. Otherwise you crash out and you end up on the news.
Analysis. Fellas, we have a nose ring. Nose ring detected. Opinion rejected. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. Listen, I know at least one person with a nose ring who's great, so therefore this theory is false, guys, totally. My advice is that I think you'd have a better time in love if you spend some time evaluating your own flaws, you know, bettering yourself, probably not venting on TikTok. Now, it is possible, theoretically, that every guy she met is horrible. It is also possible that she met tons of good guys, but specifically picked the horrible ones. So maybe she likes horrible guys and wants them to love her, which is not possible, it seems. So plenty of possibilities here, but, you know, probably put down the phone for a second, you know, think about what it is that you truly want. If you're okay with being treated badly, which seems like this person is, you know, now they're not, but it seems like they were for several years, then that's just what you're gonna get, you know? You get what you can sort of tolerate, right? And eventually you gotta stand up for yourself, not take any bullshit. If someone is lying to you, you should be ready to leave. But you're barely ready for social media, to be honest, so I don't know, good luck. Anyways, we got more butthurt people over the nose ring meme.
So when you see a man comment septum ring theory on a woman's video, what that means is that he is letting you know that he can fit it through a septum ring.
Bro, she got like a Naruto ninja star in there. She got like a
that fit it through us. I don't even understand that one. That one is lost on me.
Saw blade or something. Yeah, I don't know about this theory. I don't think that's what anyone has ever thought. Maybe that one freaky dude calling everybody pedos, he might have thought of that. Also, to be fair, some of these
True.
nose rings are absolutely gigantic, so I don't know, man, it might be a compliment. But yeah, I don't know why people can't just take a simple joke, you know, like, don't really need to be offended by this, just sort of laugh at it, you know, and move on. It's just a little funny thing. Now, there's actually a lot of nuance
Right.
to the nose ring theory, because here's another girl talking about it, and notice how she actually has the smallest nose ring out of all of them, right? Barely even visible. And somehow, she's the only one that's not offended by this.
From what I'm gathering over TikTok, the septum theory is like not taking into consideration any opinion that comes from somebody with a septum ring, because like they're usually crazy or have some like crazy trauma that caused them to get the septum ring. My old school Italian mom.
Again, we're missing the plot. The septum ring theory is not just that you're crazy or just that you had some trauma. It's that you make that trauma your entire personality. It is all you talk about, was everything that's ever bad that has ever happened to you or that's ever happened to other people, and this is going on and that's going on and nihilistic this and everything sucks that and me and why and yeah, never taking any kind of accountability. I could just keep going. I could just keep going on and on. It's a very specific brand though. It's not just like, oh, she's crazy. That's not it.
Just wouldn't let me put a hole in my face, so like this was the alternative. I mean, like, props though. Like I wouldn't take anything I say seriously either, so I agree.
W mom literally saved your ass there. And this is what I'm talking about, all right? It's the lack of good parenting that's actually cooking these kids. You know, I'm not going to absolve them of all responsibility, but a lot of these mentally ill freaks.
Yeah, that's maybe another through line I've noticed is parental issues. And I'll leave it at that.
Have parents that were equally mentally ill, and essentially they're the ones who raised them like this. Or they were just not present in their lives, right? And they were raised by social media. But also, look at this girl. That is maximum oxygen flow. Her breathing is barely blocked. Therefore, her brain actually functions properly, and therefore, she's the least offended out of everybody, and she can actually take a joke. Wow, who would have thought, guys? Maybe there needs to be a book written about this, about like the size of the nose ring. I feel like the bigger nose ring, the more crazy you are. I think that everybody would agree with, right? The bigger and the thicker it is, like, because it can be big but really tiny as well. But that just looks weird. But if it's big and thick, then it's blocking your breathing. That's just By the way, who even thought of nose rings in the first place? What kind of psycho is like, yeah, let me just fucking pierce my nose, dog?
He might not be trying to pull a baddie with a nose ring. I might have to redact some statements. My bad.
I mean, to be honest, nose rings are quite tame, like, compared to, like, tongue rings or whatever the fuck people do. Like, bruh, I don't know what people are.
What if I told you? What if I told you? What if I told you that if you add a tongue ring and a nose ring, you get a bad time? I mean, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. But it's pretty bad.
Do it. I never like understand that. Like, if it's for fashion, why is it in your mouth and why is it like hidden? Also, it's affecting like how you're eating now. Like, that's just ridiculous. Also, some people have like eye rings or something. Nah, bro, I can't. Now, this next girl apparently got BPD from a nose ring.
Septum piercing theory, septum. Bro, I didn't get the septum because I'm mentally ill. After I got this piercing, I became mentally ill. I'm gonna put kind of
That's
a trigger
a new
warning on this
one.
video, low key, because it's kind of a hard thing to talk about. But after you get these piercings, so the way they pierce it, it goes through a certain nerve, which hits the exact same nerve that synapses in your brain.
That's a new. Hold on. Are we cooking right now? Are we onto something?
And this nerve will give you BPD if you hit it. So.
Oh, we were close. You almost had me. You lost me at the closing pitch there, pal.
After I got this piercing, I got BPD, and I haven't been the same since. I started dyeing my hair black. I started being emo. Don't get a septum piercing unless you want this to happen to you. This isn't a joke anymore.
Oh, stop! Stop! No! After I saw. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's a lot to unpack here. There's still another minute or so left on this video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay, come on. She's
my
gotta
little
be
heart.
trolling at this point, but I cannot tell anymore. But that's an interesting theory. So it's not mentally ill people that get nose rings. It's nose rings that cause the mental illness. Fascinating, truly. I think I'm more likely to believe the latter because of the whole oxygen theory, right? Less oxygen, less brain power, more in mental illness. Makes sense to me. But anyways, whatever that was, a good warning. Somebody probably benefited from that. Anyways, moving on to this grandma here.
Septum ring theory? I'm gonna need you MAGA its to explain to me exactly what you mean by septum ring theory.
Why does it need to be a political thing? Why does everything need to be a political thing? Why can't we just have culture anymore? Jesus Christ, people. That is why septum theory exists. Oh my god.
You commented over and over on every single one of my videos. People just don't appreciate the beauty of piercings, and you're afraid of them, and you're intimidated by them. So then you use them.
Intimidated? Bro, you have a handle on your face. No one is intimidated. You have a handle on your face, and you likely have osteoporosis. Nobody is intimidated. Promise.
To try to offend me. But what you don't understand is I don't get offended by that. I love being unique. I love being different. I love disassociating myself from you MAGAs in any way possible. So I don't know what septum ring theory means other than you're just afraid and fearful of anyone who's different than you.
Okay, I got a ton of flags here. First off, this is a grandma, all right? This ain't a Gen Zer, so I feel like this is more likely to be satire. I mean, it genuinely seems like legendary satire here. Because honestly, what the fuck is that in your nose? What the hell is it you even got there? You got a clipper on your neck. You even got some shit on your mouth. Like, how do you eat with that? That is maximum oxygen blockage. That might actually be worse than a deviated septum. Like, you might legitimately pass out. Because where is the space to breathe? Fellas, if this is your grandma, like, unironically, then I think I understand why you turned out the way you did. And then, that's just a rough start, I guess. Bad spawn point. But I have a strong feeling this one's gotta be ironic. There's just no way people walk around with that fucking brick in your nose. Also, last video I said I was taking a break. By that I mean I probably won't be doing daily uploads anymore. I'll still try to get out as much content as I can. Really appreciate all the messages. I didn't actually know how many people look forward to my videos. I mean, I technically know because
100%.
of the view count, but just hearing you guys' messages out made me feel great. So I feel very loved. Thank you guys. You know, I'll do my best to not let you down.
100%.
Now click this video or you got to get a massive nose ring for life. And
Yeah. Everyone be sure to go check out the channel. I do really love this channel. Anyway, what we have next here. Oh yeah. Tectone's up to some stuff. I saw he was taking a break. I don't know too much about the situation other than he used a slur and it may or may not have led to what's it called? Ban or suspension or whatever we call it. But I guess I just want to take a break instead.
Yesterday was genuinely terrible. I sat in
Why's
bed
that, buddy?
and I did nothing. I did nothing. The whole day, I did 0 things.
I get it, man.
I okay, which was nice, but like, okay.
In a way, sure.
I woke up yesterday, and I was in my head, and I was just thinking about life and how I've got here, the events that have occurred and the way they've occurred.
Buddy, if I had $1, I wouldn't be living in a camper in my sister's backyard.
Where my life's heading, where my life's been, this, that, and the other. You know, as you do as a normal, like, meditative guy, this is what I do quite often. And I was going through my life where I was like, this guy, oh, they're gone. Oh, that thing, oh, it's gone. Oh, that thing, oh, they suck now. Oh, this thing, kind of shit. What do I like in life? Fucked hard in the ass. What do I like doing? What do I like doing?
I can't even do nothing but chuckle.
Because I was sitting there because I can't go for a walk. I can't do exercise for a week, right? I'm trying to figure out, like, what are the things that I like to do? Who are the people I like hanging out with? And in Austin, I think I genuinely like 2 people. I like 2 people. Maybe that's a high bar. 2 people. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, what do I want to do?
Yeah.
No, they're...
I get it, man. Like I said earlier, stuff's been rough lately. Like, I don't really have any friends here. I have coworkers. I get along with most of them, but I only really like one of them. Like, maybe 2 of them on a good day, but yeah.
They're sick. Yeah, can't hang out with Shinya. He's sick. What do we do? What do we do? And I was like, well, Sophia's here, but I always hang out with Sophia. And that's always fun. Mango's here. He's being a good boy. And I'm like, man, I just really don't like doing anything in life. Oh, wait, I can just play a video game. And I just sat in bed. And I played a video game the whole day.
I miss that. It's been a while. I was kind of hoping that was going to be what was going on tonight. If I'm being perfectly honest with you guys, I was kind of looking forward to the idea of getting lost in a video game for a while, but anytime I've been playing lately, I only got like maybe an hour or 2 in me before I'm like, I'm kind of done with this for now. Just kind of ready to move on to something else. But, you know, it is what it is. Not a big deal. We can still do it together. We have the technology.
The whole day. I was like, there's absolutely nothing I want to do. There's nothing. There's nothing. There was nothing. So I sat in my bed for literally like 14 hours and I just played a video game.
Damn,
is it a movie?
14
Oh my God,
hours?
bro. Okay, I'm going to get to Genazad and Anna moving. I'm going to get to that. What happened between Genazad and I was insane, and I'm going to fucking talk about it. And Sophia, Mango, and Banjo sat there with me for 14 hours yesterday, and we all did nothing. We did nothing. What game? What game y'all think I played? It's from one of my favorite developers of all time. They used to be really good. They've released nothing good lately, but we're all hoping their new title that they've had announced for like 7 years
You son of a
is going to
bitch.
be good.
Mans is a master. Let me tell you. He's going to extend that to every possible second that he can so that his clips can get a longer view time. Because I'm hooked. I got to know what game he was playing for 14 hours. That's crazy.
Okay, looking. They're a dev that used to be like legendary. But now, okay, I'm looking for Bethesda. I played Fallout 4 for like 14 hours yesterday.
That's an interesting
And dude, I'm not gonna
choice.
lie. I am having a fucking blast. Like genuinely. Dude, it is so fun.
Hot
like
take.
it is, oh my god.
Interesting take. Interesting take. I'm not going to lie. I never even finished Fallout 4. Nah. I think the last Bethesda game that I actually genuinely finished was Skyrim. Yeah.
God, it's so fucking fun. For me, I love Bethesda games. I really do. I'm most likely going to get a Elder Scrolls tattoo and a Fallout tattoo eventually. I
What
will,
are they
for
gonna
sure.
be?
Yeah, man, it's been a blast. Right? It was
Interesting thought.
between Fallout 4 or I was going to play Witcher 3. And I really couldn't tell the difference between the two. You got a tattoo? Oh, yeah, I actually got two. I got tattooed for 8.5 hours. Which, by the way, this sucked.
That's a lot
This
of
sucked
hours,
ass.
too, man.
Right? 8.5 hours of tattoo, no breaks.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of area. I'll tell you from experience, the blackout, can kind of see it here on camera, but the blackout tattoos are something extra special because they got to keep going over it too. Yeah, it takes a long time to keep going over it. And I'll tell you what, I had to go back for a second day. I had to get touch-ups. Anyone ever gotten touch-ups? They hurt extra.
Fucking terrible. Like the first 4 hours, no big deal. I literally fell asleep. I literally fell asleep in the first 4 hours.
Same.
I took like a 45 minute nap.
Go-to way for
how
me to
easy
kill
it was.
time during a tattoo.
Dude, he just kept on going
100%.
over the same spot and the same spot
Yeah.
and the same spot. And I'm like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Blackout tattoos suck.
oh my god.
I mean, they look kind of cool. I don't even honestly think they look very cool when it's like a huge area. But yeah, it looks like that's maybe in some kind of like manga style. I'm seeing from this angle. I didn't really catch what the tattoo was. I just saw that there was big old areas of solid black, and I knew what that was like.
Are you done? Yeah, it was painful. And then I bought him some Chick-fil-A. So we were both eating chicken nuggets while he was
What is
tattooing for the
that
last 4 hours.
tattoo?
I was clenching.
Now I'm curious.
I was clenching. Oh man, I had to go to a place. I literally had to go to a fucking place in my mind. This
Whatever.
obviously my arm's really fucked up. It's
not like
I
he's
have a
not gonna
burn
keep
wrap around me. This is
uploading
not-
stuff onto the internet.
is
I'll
not like-
find out one of these days.
This isn't how it's gonna look. Right now, it's completely coated in blood mixed with ink. So it looks way better than this. But like all the purple's still on, that's getting rid of. You
That's
can't
why
see
I
any of
can't
the
tell
detail.
what it
You
is.
see the basic
That
outline,
makes
but yeah, I'll show you
sense.
guys. But yeah, pretty much my arm's
It's
just
one of
coated in
those
blood
clear
right now.
bandages.
Yeah. It is. It'll look a lot better, but this is like the rough idea. This is mango. Wait, this is mango, and then this is that's Frostmourne in his mouth. You can't see it yet.
I was way off.
We got
I
the
thought it
snow
was
that he's
some
standing
kind of
on.
like
We got my
manga
favorite
type
Bible verse,
drawing.
Galatians 4:16 on my wrist. Yeah, this is supposed to be a tribute to Sif, which is one of my favorite fights in Dark Souls 1, as well as my dog Mango. And then this is the bonfire that y'all can't really see too well. Maybe you can tell there's the pile of skulls and the hand underneath it and the swirl. But yeah, that's the bonfire. That's the bonfire.
All right. I know that to some, this is probably gonna ruffle some feathers. But I just don't think that tattoos really need to be that deep. You know? We don't need like layers upon layers upon layers to that stuff. Like it can just be like, oh, that looks really cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I do have like, you know, various meaningful tattoos, some more so than others, and some meaningful in just different ways than others. Like I have my very first tattoo is I was wanting a tulip because it was my mom's favorite flower, and I ended up going for this like traditional rose type thing because it kind of looks like a tulip inside of a rose, and I kind of liked that because it was just more visually appealing, could fit more colors into it, that kind of dealio. Anyway, I have other tattoos that are around it just because I think look cool and fit the vibe. And then I have another tattoo of other flowers on kind of the other side of the same arm that are special in an entirely different way because it's that along with another tattoo I have are like the same tattoos that my ex-fiance who passed away had, so I could kind of always keep parts of her with me. Yeah, like I said, shit's hard out here. Trauma sucks. Jesus Christ, listen to me, I should just get the nose ring already. Anyway, let's get back to listening to Techie.
Our sword right there. You'll be able to tell a lot more. I can take this off in about 48, 72 hours. Yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. Then I'm getting another one.
That's
right
kind of
here,
a long
because the guy didn't
time,
realize how
buddy.
huge my arm was, so
I'm
we had
not
to get
gonna
some more
lie.
heal-
I go like maybe 30 hours max, and then I'm like, okay, I'm tired of having this on, and I take it off, and you know, I still do some aftercare as far as the lotioning and that kind of stuff goes, but yeah, I've definitely never left something on for 72 hours. Although I guess I've never gotten something that big and blacked out. Maybe it's more necessary, but I don't know. It just drives me crazy, especially the clear stuff for some reason.
real estate that I'm gonna get right here, and then I'm gonna get one going up right here as well. But I'm getting my whole arm done. But yeah, this was 8.5 hours. We're gonna see what we can do. Probably like put like 40 hours on my right arm, and we're gonna see how it goes. But yeah, I'm very happy.
I
with
mean,
it.
shit.
I plan on getting all my pets.
If you're spending
on my
8.5
arm,
hours
probably
on
gonna
it,
get
I guess you
Torfin.
might as well make
Yeah,
sure
probably
it's
get
gonna
Torfin,
last.
As well as
Who am I to judge?
Guts on my arm as well. The two most influential characters to me. I've been debating getting Light Yagami
Why are we
too, 'cause
so
I fucking love
influenced
Light.
by Guts
Yeah.
there, pal? You get R-worded as a kid or something?
Yeah, but a lot of shit. And I'm very happy with it. But yeah, once you see this healed, gonna be crazy. The guy that I got was this guy called Will. He is a multiple time tattoo black and white champion. Like he is the best in,
Is that
in
just
Texas,
this whole
in all
video?
of Texas. Like he's like the
Is we're just gonna talk about the tattoo. If that's the case, I think I'm kind of good on that. Let's get to some news here. How about that?
Welcome to the News Hour. Congress is back in Washington tonight, and the clock is already ticking. Lawmakers have less than 1 month to avoid a government shutdown.
On the
Oh. I didn't realize it was like that. Okay.
Table, a fierce fight over billions in spending cuts, some 30,000 pages worth of Jeffrey Epstein-related files that Republicans just posted tonight online.
Interesting. Okay, so what do we think? Do we think that is gonna be thrown out as like some sort of distraction or something for us to get our hands on finally, pilfer through whatever information they chose to release, maybe for the umpteenth time at this point? And we can talk about that while they're doing whatever they need to do with the budget here. If history has taught us anything, it's that these spending cuts aren't really going to take into effect that we hope they are going to. They're probably just going to let the government shut down for a little bit and then come back to the table and still do some spending. If we're lucky, it's going to be just at the same rate, if not slightly lower. If we're hoping for anything beyond that, then you're dreaming. You're dreaming, pal.
And the Senate moving to fast-track President Trump's nominees. Our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, joins us now. So, Lisa, it's always great to see you. Let's start with the possible government shutdown at the end of the month. We are weeks away. How likely is it?
It is possible. Let's take people through exactly
How likely is it? That was the question, not whether or not it is possible. Kind of immediately losing interest in this as a concept now. It sounds like it's not likely.
This is going to work, what we know. First of all, the deadline is September 30th to fund most of government. Now, any deal needs 60 Senate votes. So, of course, that means likely at least 7 Democrats would have to get on board. Now, that's led to this situation where, of course, Democrats know they have leverage here. They don't have leverage in a lot of cases. House Democratic leader...
They don't have the cards. Now they have a card or two. Let's see how they play them.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries today told reporters, including myself, that he's looking for a bipartisan solution. But what that really means is he wants some concessions.
That spending bill has to be both bipartisan, a product of negotiation, and it's got to serve the interests of the American people in terms of their health, safety, national security.
Those sound like good words, but the thing is, there was literally no bill that'll get to this point that isn't to some degree bipartisan and hasn't been negotiated to some degree. Like, they don't just drop bills straight onto the Senate floor. They get worked out in bipartisan committees well before then. That's where a lot of these concessions are initially made so that they can have a shot at being voted through. Oftentimes they're not voted through and they get sent back to the committees so that they can be recompromised. And that happens like tons of times.
And economic well-being.
Health, safety, national security, economic, that covers everything. So there's a lot on the table for him. And this is the man really to watch. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. It's his votes that Republicans will need to get a funding bill through, or it could be his decision to try to go all the way to a government shutdown. It is very much on the table, a risky decision for Democrats either way. The pressure is on them to stand up to.
Yeah, I think this, I'm thinking this story is just to generate a little fear, a little bit of Trump hate, I'm thinking. Because what was it? Yeah, PBS? You mean the organization that Trump is cutting government from? Got it. I see what we're doing. It's fine. We'll hear him out. We'll keep going.
President Trump, try and get some policy changes, but some Democrats say a shutdown might benefit Trump.
And why are they feeling the pressure this week, Lisa?
Right. It seems like the 30th is a long way away. It's not. One reason is because in the middle of the month there will be a recess, a full week. So really it's just about 2 or 3 weeks they have. And remember,
what could we possibly do? There's no way we can not work for a week there in the middle of the month.
they're only in town 3 days a week mostly.
There's no way we could do 5 days. There's no way we could even do 4. You know what I'm saying? Our hands are tied.
Let's talk about the other big news tonight. The House Oversight Committee released tens of thousands of pages of documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. There had been Republicans calling for more transparency, and this appears to be a step in that direction.
Right. And a reminder, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He's the financier accused of sex crimes.
Yeah. Real quick, was going to glaze over that real quick, but I'm going to pop right
step
back.
In that direction?
Right. And a reminder, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He's the financier.
I missed it again.
There have been Republicans calling for more transparency, and this...
Yeah, there have been Republicans calling for more transparency. I wanted to talk about that for a second, because I think that, you know, we're trying to glaze over that real quick, but that is a little bit important, because that, in my opinion, has been like a key indicator that it's not nearly as cultish as it kind of gets portrayed as. Like, especially with this latest term, it's definitely a lot more like moderate thinking people. And even beyond the moderates, like, I think whenever that news story started becoming relevant again for whatever reason, I don't even remember at this point, but I remember that Charlie Kirk was doing like a big event that weekend, actually. So he had a bunch of like influential people like Tucker Carlson and etc. all on there. And I remember he was posting a bunch of videos of you know, on stage interviews at that event, and every single one of them was like, hey, this is a big mistake, this is a big deal to like average people, like they want to see accountability in this, like you can't just brush this under the rug. Like, that is not cult behavior. You know what I'm saying? That's not submissive or submitting to a king behavior. That's how government is supposed to work. Whoops, switched over to that on accident. Anyway, we're gonna keep hearing this out.
Appears to be a step in that direction.
Right. And a reminder, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He's the financier accused of sex crimes. His conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, was sent to prison for those crimes. He also was connected with many high-profile individuals, friends with Donald Trump, though Trump has disavowed him since. Here's what we got tonight. Documents like this, 33,000 plus pages of them. But I want to point out, this document, our producer Matt Loffman quickly figured out, is public. This is not something that is special to the Department of Justice. This is something you can find. That's what I'm
saying. That's what I said earlier. Like, they've released a shit ton of information already. This administration has, like, even when it happened, which I think was in Trump's first term, like, they released a bunch of information on it. The only, you know, the only time when the government was awful quiet about it was when Joe Biden was president. Like, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, anyway.
On the Supreme Court's website, this is Ghislaine Maxwell's part of her appeal case. So a lot of this are legal documents. Going through them, we really don't know how much of it is new, but I am told from House Oversight Republicans that these are all the documents that DOJ has given them so far. Democrats have said, first of all, that these 34,000 documents is just 1% of the total. Now, Republicans are worried about something else going on. That's a bipartisan effort by two members of Congress. Democratic.
I want a roaster for that, but I can't because I do it all the time. I want to be bad, but I won't.
Representative Ro Khanna there on the right, and then Thomas Massie of Kentucky. They are trying to make an end run around House leadership to force release of all documents, make them all public. But the question is if the votes are there.
Yeah, dude, Thomas Massie is the man.
And today's Speaker Johnson made it clear he doesn't want that effort, and I think this release tonight is an attempt to try and take votes away from that end run. So a lot in play. Do we know that much more about Jeffrey Epstein tonight? Not yet. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, more to come on that front. Meantime, there is a battle brewing in the Senate over President Trump's nominations. Tell us about that.
Right. This is something important to watch, and it's not just about Senate process.
Wait, what are we nominating for? Man, I swear, I stopped paying attention to the news for like maybe a month at the most, and I'm lost on a bunch of stuff now.
It's really about how our government works. First of all, Trump's nominees most of them have not been able to be confirmed by voice vote. What does that mean? Well, it means an easy ride for the 1,300 plus some of these nominees who are not controversial. Democrats have stopped that process. They've been stalling it because they do oppose so much of Trump's policies. But now Senate Republicans are saying perhaps it's time to change the rules. Now, when you change the rules in Senate, as you know from being up there, it is a very big deal. It's called going nuclear, and it changes sort of how the power structure works, not just in the Senate, but in Washington. So we're watching very closely. I do think Senate Republicans are going to go nuclear. It's a question of how they do it and what it means down the road for democracy.
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you as always. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
There were 8 government shutdowns. Are we still riding off a Reagan hate right now? Because that's our demographic? I don't understand. Why not provide a relevant detail or something? Anyway, Trump went live earlier today. We're going to check that out.
Very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10.
I love the way he gasses his homies up. It's so sweet.
I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that
what's been
the
going
U.S.
on?
Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama.
Wait, where was it before? I don't even
only
know.
won it by about 40.
But I've been to Huntsville, Alabama, actually, because when I was in, I think it was in middle school, I went to space camp there. That makes a lot of sense. They had a lot of equipment there already.
47 points.
Why not?
I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it. Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs, and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions.
Well, hold on. Are those new jobs, or... Because like I said, they already had a bunch of stuff there. Like, I know NASA had a presence there, which is why the space camp was there. How much of this is going to be new jobs created versus, you know, jobs that are going to be filled, but going to be filled by people who already have these jobs, just, you know, essentially just transferring over to a different company? You know, we might be padding some numbers there.
Because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink.
Dude, Pete Hegseth looks like he does not want to be associated with the Space Force. It looks like he probably watched that Netflix series about it and he thinks of it as a joke. What the heck? Why the heck are we muted?
A big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Lucky.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Lucky.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach, and I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great
it's
friends.
cool,
Robert Adderholt.
I get it, but we're spending a lot of time with the gassing up of the homies. Let's get into the good
Gary
stuff.
Palmer
Come
and
on,
Dale
man.
Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away.
We're losing the space race to Elon. What are we talking about?
#1 in space, and reestablish SpaceCom with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the
Homeland feels like a charged term to use. Especially when the opposition likes to throw around the term Nazi. You know what I'm saying?
SpaceCom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is...
Hold on. Did he just say they do all mail-in voting?
Protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the SpaceCom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting.
He said they went to all mail-in voting. Why would you go to all mail-in voting? That can't be true. That's got to be a Trump exaggeration. No way. No way.
So they have automatically crooked elections, and we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, SpaceCom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it.
Oh, yeah, that was part of that big, beautiful bill, too, wasn't it? The Golden Dome, I'm pretty sure.
Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope.
Why wouldn't
to
they?
also ensure that our
Of course they would want to be protected by that.
We're way ahead of anybody else. There's nobody close. Remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville.
We're gassing.
Pete, say a few words.
Talk
please.
some shit, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration, under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are
I
grateful.
wonder if we'll ever
for your-
get to the point where it's like whoever controls interdimensional territory controls warfare. Like whoever controls the upside down controls the, face of war, whatever he just said. I
leadership
forgot.
on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for...
Wait. I'm a little bit lost. I get that there are pros to it being in Huntsville, but I don't understand why it was bad for it being in Colorado, other than just to send the message about the mail-in voting, I guess. But I don't know. It feels like we're throwing a lot of unnecessary shade at Colorado here.
country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and
that's what I
SpaceX.
thought.
It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward
Did you see Trump eyeing down the room there?
to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah.
Good JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure.
I'm not entirely sold on that idea. Maybe I'm a little crazier than I kind of think, but I kind of think that it might be an interdimensional type thing is going to be what the actual future is. Or maybe, you know, some kind of AI hacking type thing. Maybe we'll get Digimon. Maybe Digimon is the future of war.
Structure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the...
What were any of the 21 what were the 21 categories?
Right people at the right place at the right time.
That's what I'm wondering.
Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
The way the last guy was talking,
Mr. President,
had me on board a lot more. Or that dude that was talking before JD. I mean, like, yeah, we have, you know, NASA's there, SpaceX is there, we have FBI there. Like, it makes sense. I'm like, yeah, okay, all that I get. You have a federal culture, you have security, and you have space-intensive resource stuff already in the area. I get all of that. But this last guy said that they had 21 things that they were looking for. And the way he looked had me really worried that a school might have been one of them.
I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go. And like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making progress.
Has anyone ever played Star Ocean: The Last Hope? I feel like we might be living in the intro to that.
Priorities of defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago. And our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so
Did he say they shot out a drug-carrying boat? That's crazy, man. Like right outside there on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time.
Oh, no, like abroad.
Time to come. I think within a month they would have had it. We didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our...
And there's more where that came from. That's why we watch them, man. Oh, my God. And there's more where that... I need that again. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat.
A lot of drugs
and,
on the boat.
You'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago.
You'll hear about it. Just happened right now. I'm telling you. You're going to hear about it.
Head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it. We didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see. And there's more where that came from.
And there's more where that came from.
We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time.
Oh, my God.
And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville, you talked about the cost savings associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of...
It's probably why NASA was there, huh?
Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder.
I disagree. Yeah. Alabama really likes football.
For it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend
Oh no. Oh, Peter's just gonna come out and ask. He's gonna say what we're all thinking. Yeah. Yeah, Peter's like the Asmongold there in the White House press briefing room. Except, you know, he's not. Asmongold's not just part of actual media borderline propaganda arm.
That you were dead. You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no? You didn't see, you don't pay attention to what people say about you on the internet? What's trending about what people are saying about you on the internet? Come on, get out of here.
1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard it's sort of
Dude, Tim Waltz saw it. You didn't see it?
crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him.
Hold on. Hold on. The fact that he wasn't just immediately like, yeah, I saw it, and didn't have like a bunch of jokes about it, or at least had some shit to talk about it, and now he's gonna try to bring up like, yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine, I'm perfectly healthy. I feel like this is either one of two things. Either one, this is a sensitive subject for him because this was one of his campaigning things. You know, we all remember Sleepy Joe Biden was one of his favorite, you know, sayings. Or two, mans might actually be dying and covering up for it. I don't know. This is just wild speculation from a silly gamer dude, but I was expecting him to, you know, Peter pitched him an easy one there. A silly, wild claim for him to knock out of the park. And he suddenly hit us with a very PC answer. I'm not sure I trust that right now.
Biden wouldn't do him for months. You wouldn't see him.
Yep, there we
nobody
go.
ever said
There
there
it
was ever
is.
anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff. Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility.
There he is.
I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know. It's Labor Day weekend, so I would say a lot of people know. I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
Something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you were open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Don't make him say
well,
that.
We have a big problem with school shooting, but we also...
Are we setting him up to say, like, yeah, I'd be open to it? Because you know what the headlines are going to be after that. And that's Fox News that's trying to do that to him right now. That's supposed to be his buddies. What's going on?
They'll have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors. where they
Wait,
lock
hold
on the
I need to
outside, the
back up
inside, and
for a
every place
second.
else.
How are we
But if
talking
one
about
of these lunatics,
construction
a
right
little
now?
credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
Something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors,
Okay.
where they lock on the.
So he's getting at it's possible to send them to all the schools, but even though we hear about all these school shootings, which are terrible, statistically speaking, most schools are still doing just fine and remaining shooting free. And even the ones where there are shootings typically don't have a lot. It's typically just the one tragic event, you know what I mean? Because once it's real, it's like real for the community, I'm guessing. I don't know. I might be wrong. There might be whatever copycat scenarios in a copycat town, like, I don't know, the Scream movies or something. Anyway, he's saying, you know, most schools are still doing fine. If I'm going to use the National Guard for anything, the National Guard is also capable of, you know, building. Maybe he's going to float the idea anyway of having the National Guard put up housing.
The outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, you know, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, and you know. But I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on. And it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Will there be any consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President?
What have we learned?
Yeah, there will be.
That's
We're
interesting.
going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000 between the two countries. 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, you know, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say about, we don't need
the
help.
answer
We're
is
safe.
definitely not a yes
2
or no.
weeks ago, they had
That's
6
for sure.
people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the two worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think
oh my
of.
God, get to a
They
point.
don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with it. They should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to L.A. It's so badly run. But if we didn't get, if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, you wouldn't, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an
Yeah,
obligation. This isn't a political thing.
He can't just
I
come
have an
out and
obligation
say when he's going to come at this point because they are so in the trenches there. That's like, I mean, that's Obama land, right?
We lose when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape.
It's
You
now
can
a
go
safe
and
place,
actually
a safe space.
walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital
1,600. I mean, I have to imagine it was probably more than that committing the crimes, but that's still a much smaller ratio than the kind of like image you get in your head. It really goes to show that like a lot of the problems are caused by a small percentage of the people.
Every week, you know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had last week, it was announced that nobody was
It
killed
sucks
last
that they
week.
have to ruin
and
it
I
for
made that
everyone
announcement in front of a very
sometimes,
distinguished leader
it
of a
is what it
country.
is.
And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network.
For real, if we're not protecting the people,
really the
then
opposite,
what,
I would say, very unfriendly network.
What is the point
and they
of the
interviewed
government
about
to
12
begin
people
with?
on this morning. Most of them were African American, who were black, and they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please,
Yeah, I
we
saw
need
that
help.
clip.
We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because
We're
I have an
gonna do it
obligation to protect
anyway.
this country.
I'd
and
rather
that includes
do it
Baltimore. I saw where Governor
with
Moore was
us all being cool about
asking me
it.
to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world.
They want you to come in not being cool about it. That way they can get all the pictures and all the videos of the goddamn, SS storming in. And he's going to have to do it. He's going to do it. And that's going to suck.
But, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. We had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift the gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police, as you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with
It
there had to
sucks
be
that he's
300
getting
people,
old.
and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so
Thank God
I'm very
AI
proud of
has all
Washington. It
this
serves as a
content.
template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But
Keep 'em around
Chicago
forever.
is certainly going to be high. I would love
Be
to
like
have
Mr. Big or
him
whatever
call.
from
I would
Fallout.
love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call.
Straight up.
All he has to do is say, "Sir, we need help. It's out of control." And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. We took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean.
That's a
and they'll cut
loaded
your throat,
statement.
and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't.
They're born to be criminals. The press is going to have a field day with that one. Bet.
Don't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place. And you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can
Starting
walk
to
right
crash,
down the street,
boys.
even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am,
Just
please.
listening to him drone, I think.
Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters, not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor
I
Bowser's
hope.
been great. She could have taken the thing, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great.
right.
He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is But he got up and said, "We did it." Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. We have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an
These are
honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents
some
wouldn't do what I'm
harsh
doing. I don't need
comparisons
this heat, but
today,
when
buddy.
I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that
Kinda
9
shooting
people were
yourself in the
killed
foot
in
with the
Chicago
messaging here.
and 54 were badly wounded with bullets. I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it, because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries, I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residence upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations?
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think.
Yeah.
So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them. It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know. It works both ways.
Yeah,
If something happens,
also,
it's real.
part of your big beautiful bill was zero government regulation on AI for 10 years. Wasn't that part of that? Or am I mistaken?
Really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it, because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary. to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your
Well, it
social
certainly
media
is.
posts.
It certainly
and
is.
in fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I imagine, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they signed, they're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI,
I was
all
wondering
of those,
about that.
You know,
I
all
was
of that
looking
money
at
that's
it
going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest
earlier
thing,
today,
bigger than
and
the
I was
internet,
like,
I
oh,
suspect. It's the internet plus
that's
3 or
actually
4 other
pretty
things
rough.
combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes.
You don't
I'd love to
think you
do
get
that.
enough
Oh,
votes?
if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs?
Man.
Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
Harder and harder
We signed
to
a
sit
deal with
through.
South
I'm
Korea.
not
We
gonna
signed
lie,
a deal
y'all.
with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
We talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event.
Yeah.
She's a tremendous.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm bored. Done with it. Honestly, getting kind of tired too. And it's also after 3 a.m., so probably just gonna call it at this point. Thanks for watching. Go ahead and, give the video a like, comment, engage with it a little bit. It would help me out. Subscribe. Follow me over on X so you can be a little bit more up to date since I'm kind of sporadic with this shit. Anyway, talk to y'all later. See ya.